And for those who are watching online, I don't know what's your time now. If it's in the morning, I wish you good morning. Probably you're watching at night as well. Good evening to you. Okay, today we'll be looking at the June 2021 question. Okay, so what I want to do is to just give you a bit of explanation about your exam structure. Then as we go on later, when we start the Q&A, I will have to turn off my camera so that I can capture the screen. If not, in the recording, my face will keep blocking the area. Okay, now what I want to let you all know, it's about when you go for your actual exam. Okay, let me write down some of the pointers for you. Okay, when you go for your actual exam, right, because it's a what we call a session CBE exam, you actually have different session. Okay, there will be different session happening throughout the day. So meaning there are some of you might be taking the morning exam, some of you are taking the afternoon or evening slots. So the question that people like to ask is, will we get the same kind of questions? I think I've said this before. The answer is yes. Generally, the case study is the same. Okay. Now, but the ACCA do take an effort to make sure that the tasks are not 100% the same. So what I gathered from students the last time is out of the 4 tasks, 2 of them were different tasks. So they don't exactly get all the same papers or same questions. Okay. Now what I cannot gather is the exhibit. I don't really know if their tasks are different. Will the exhibit be exactly the same? Now I have a strong feeling that it will not be the same lah, because if not, then the questions will be very strange, that you're reading an exhibit that has nothing to do with your question. So that's why you will know that some exhibit is very specific to your exam question. Okay, now but having said that, I think I've said this enough. So to be professional enough, I think we should keep this honest. So I usually tell students, like, we don't discuss the questions coming out in the WhatsApp group, so that we will not want to leak out the questions. So you just face exam with your own capability lah, huh? Okay. Now that's a bit about your exam session. Okay, in the past, right, they used to have like only 6 exhibits, but now we start to see that they have more exhibit. Now maybe they are trying to cater for the fact that the CBE has different tasks, or like I call it set A and set B paper. Maybe to cater for that, they need to put in a bit more information. So that's why their exhibits are actually much more. Okay, but it does not really make things more difficult for you. So you don't have to like really be worried about it. Okay, now what you're seeing now in front of you is the practice platform. Okay, so this is my practice platform that I have loaded. If you did not load this, then it doesn't matter, you just look at the screen. But I must encourage you, it's not even encourage, I think I must demand you, it's a demand, because if you really know that this is what you're going to face, it's important that you get yourself prepared. So try it out at least once. But if you can, it's better that you do all your exercises in the practice platform. Now I think I've shown you how to go to the practice platform, so if you want, I'll just show you again. You can just Google ACCA practice platform, and then you will see that you will come to this page. Now you are supposed to log in to the practice platform if you want to like save it in your account. But if you don't want to log in, I think I've told you that, right? that you can click this AAA, because this is meant for the strategic professional papers. Then you will still see like they give you the blank like exhibit 1, 2, 3, but there's nothing inside lah, okay? So it's only meant for you to try out how to type your answer in your word processor and your spreadsheet, but there will not be any slides here because this is not meant for your SBL. But if you're trying on a blank one, really it's just for you to have a look and feel. If you try the actual one, then you can do a lot more, okay? Now, what we usually will do in the exam is this, okay? When you start your exam paper, now I need you to take note of this. Let me just scribble something. You will always be indicated with a time. So be very mindful about the time that you're in, because you don't want to write a report and then you want to put a real date, you know, like you're going to put there, for example, today is 1st of January 2022, you know, we don't want that kind of date. It will look very, very bad on you. So that's why you have to look at the time that is in the question, okay? Now, when they look at the time in the question, first I must let you know, in the past, we do have question with what I call a timeline and questions that is without a timeline, okay? What do you mean by questions with a timeline and without a timeline? Now, for example, task 1, right? They will say that now you're in 15th of June 20x5. And then when it comes to task 2, they will say now we are in the 20th of October 20x5. So it's showing that there is a progression, that you're moving along with the time, is to tell you like, okay, something happened now, and then there's something going to happen in the future. All right, now when you have a questions with a timeline, you must answer in order, meaning you cannot jump your task. You cannot go to task 3 and then you do task 2. You cannot do that. Now the reason is because examiner will say, how can you be giving me an answer that is for a future period, then only you give me an answer this back date? Now it doesn't make sense. So that's why they need you to answer in an order. Now it's not that if you don't answer in an order, you're gonna fail the exam. It's not that, but you probably will lose professional marks, okay? Now if you have a questions without timeline, they don't really penalize you, but they always recommend you to answer in order. I don't see any reason why you should not answer in order. Even though you find that one task could be easier than the other task to do, you can always answer in order because your answers will all be in the word processor. Okay, it will all be in your word processor. So you just have no problems for you to decide what you're going to do later on. Okay, now let's just look at this question, and then before we start, some basic navigations that you need to know lah. Okay, okay, I actually have started this paper, so I will not be able to show you all the starting. You know, before you start your CBE, there will always be those instructions that you have to read, right? Please just read them lah. At least you know what's inside, okay? They do tell you, like for example, if you want to highlight an exhibit, I just want to let you know one of the major difference. Now if you choose to highlight your exhibit, for example like this, okay, it's actually quite nice here because it's with a color. In fact, you have multiple color you can choose, you know, but may I let you know that in the real exam you don't have this option. So the highlighting in the exam is when you highlight, they will only make the tone lighter so that you will see it become gray, so you don't have the luxury. So because of that, I usually tell students like, you may not want to really want to use a highlight, but if you think there is a necessity, please do it, okay? Please do it, because it's going to make it very helpful and very relevant. Now you have a scratch pad, You know, the whole idea of a scratch pad is basically for you to put a note. So if you think like there are some very important point, for example, like you might want to take down in exhibit 1, what are the main point that you want to take note, you want to give yourself a reminder. Now I suggest you make use of the scratch pad, okay, so that you will not be able to miss out, especially we are so used to write something on paper when we have those exams in the past, but you don't have paper anymore. You don't even have that rough, or we call the scrap paper. You don't have that anymore. So please be mindful of that and prepare yourself on how you want to use this to the optimum. Okay, now anyway, this is how new generations is supposed to be, right? Okay, now let me just highlight this to you. I got to off the video to show that I don't block the screen. Okay, let's say you have turned on a lot of this window. Now you will see that the window will be able to overlap each other, and then if you want to have the window appear, you just have to re-click on that window, right? But still, sometimes if you have got like too many windows on the screen, how do you want to close up everything? Now you can see that you can go higher, right? Okay, but actually there is a close all button, which is intended to help you to reorganize your space. So once you've done, you can just click close all, and then everything will disappear. Okay, now you don't really need this navigator because SBL is a case study, so you don't actually have question. All right, you don't actually have questions like question 1, 2 and 3. But if you go for other papers, yes, the navigator will be very useful. Okay, other than that, I think the rest are all quite straightforward. Currency symbol is here. If you need to use currency symbol, there is a currency symbol. If let's say you want to use your calculators, which I don't recommend, okay, use your own physical calculator, because this is just going to make things so complicated for yourself. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do for a start. Okay, now is everything all right? Then we will begin. Okay, okay, now when you're going through your so-called your SBL exam question, what we normally recommend students to do, remember, you have a 4-hour exam, but you're still having the same 100 marks exam paper. It's not like we are having a 4-hour exam and then you have 120 marks, you know. That means in terms of the difficulty of the exam, it is actually the same. All right, so if you ask me, my personal opinion is SBL is a much easier paper than those days if you're looking at those we call it the ACCA P3, simply because you find that you have more time. Okay, now make use of your 1 hour for your very peaceful planning. Okay, so don't need to get like very nervous. You want to go exam and you know you start to have your heart pumping, and then you don't know where to start. You want to be fast, don't need. Just stay calm and do it like normal. Okay, okay, the first thing I usually tell students to do is to look at the exhibit to have a rough idea, like, okay, what is it that they're giving it to me. Okay, now they gave us an assumption, right? They say today is 15th of June 20x5, and now these are the exhibits available on the left hand side of the screen, which are all these. There are 8 of them. Now notice the exhibit all come with a title, a heading, so you more or less can tell that there is something about risk management, something about performance, you know. Okay, so the exhibits are overview of this North Seaville Community Project, NCCP, and then they say that there is a website extract that will include information about its courses and also organization structure. Now I don't know what courses that they are meaning, so we probably have to wait and read on. Okay, now then they gave us the extract income and expenditure. They say this is NCCP income and expenditure for the year ending 31st March 20X5, which is something that has already passed because now it's in the month of June. Okay, now then there's an annual performance of courses. So the course booking data for year ending 31st March 20X5. Now by now, if you start guessing what kind of business that they are doing. Now I can see that it's about courses, it's about booking, so I'm not sure whether this will be some kind of like training, all right, or study, because courses ma, okay. Then there's this risk management, which is an email from the operations director to the chief executive officers that describes the executive board's approach to risk management. And then there is a CEO's email on new courses, an email from the CEO outlining new course opportunity. See, it's about business, right? Remember, we say as a CEO or CFO in that position, you're only taking care of a couple of things. Either they want you to deal with the people, or they want you. Now, so we say that as a CEO, you know, at that position, you're usually dealing with three areas, right? You're either dealing with the people, all right? You're dealing with your business, or you're dealing with your cost. And when I read that, I will more or less believe that, okay, so you're telling me about some kind of expansion strategy. Now, which part of strategies that this will relate to, I won't know until I read the task and also the case study. Okay, there is a newspaper article, a recent article in Civil Echo entitled "Has NCCP Lost Its Way?" When people say like that, usually it's concerning some kind of direction, some kind of vision, like you are not going the same path as what you used to be. So it could be a new visions that you have been set up. I'm not sure, okay, now, but that's what I'm trying to guess. And there's a staff survey, that this is the latest staff feedback survey which has just been published. Maybe that's a questions that concerns with human capital management. Okay, now this information should be used to answer the task within your chosen response option. Now, normally what we recommend you to do, in fact this is the same recommendation given by the examiner. Okay, you're gonna start your word processor, right? Now if you go for exam, your screen will be rather big lah. I think, if I'm not wrong, ACCA specified that the screen size has to be 20-inch. So I'm not sure whether is that true or not. If it's a 20-inch monitor, then you actually have quite a spacious screen, and you should be able to put all the things on your screen with not a major problem. But if you're practicing at home, right, you might be using a laptop which is like 13 or 14 inches. So may I recommend you to, if you have a choice of a bigger device, go with it so that you get used to it. Okay, now the first thing we do is we load up the task. This is the first task, right? Now we usually will copy the task and we will put it in. Okay, now you notice when I click this window, it won't jump up, right? Now that's because this is the response sheet that you're supposed to type in. If you want the thing to come to the front, you must click the toolbar, the window above. Now you see my arrow, we're clicking here, now then it comes up, you understand? So if you just click here, it won't come out again. You see, if I click here, it won't come. You must click here, then it will jump up. Okay, now you will have to copy this. Now it's quite easy to identify where you should space out. Okay, so normally I will tell students, you don't have to look at this, you know, you're looking at left and then go to right. Don't waste time with all that. Now you know the requirements is divided into A, B, C, D, right? So we just go to A, enter, then go to B, enter. Now that's how we have spaced out the requirement. Okay, now then you can come to task 2 and copy in the task. Click here. Now remember, this is task 2. Please label it The reason is because you don't like other papers, you don't have question. So you don't have different word processor. You know, if you go for SBR exam, you should see like question 1 they have their own word processor, then question 2 they have their own word processor, so they don't actually lump everything together. But SBL is different. All right, now so again I come to A, now A, then I'll come to B. So it's not quite difficult for you to separate them, right? Because it's quite noticeable when you look at this label A, B, and C. All right, now that's task 2. Okay, task 3. Copy, click, and then come here. Task 3. And the final task. Task 4. Okay, now I always repeat the same thing that you can use shortcuts. For example, like you want to bold it, you can use Control B. You want to underline something, you can use Control U. You know, it's all perfectly. You want to undo, is actually possible. Okay, you can include table inside your answer if you want, just like spreadsheet you can use table. So let's just show you. All right, table. Okay, if you don't want the table, then you don't have to use the table. Now you can use bullet lists with number. Okay, now this is your indentation. That means if you want to present your answers in sub points, you can use indentation. Okay, now you notice that there's a print area here, because this is for you to keep your answer. So if you want to keep your answer, you can actually print it out and keep, but not the options in the exam. Okay, all right, so we have got all the tasks ready, so we can now if you want to resize it big enough for you to look at it and answer it. Now, so normally they will suggest student to arrange their space. Okay, sorry, let me off my video. Now they will arrange the space of, like, for example, you might want to keep your task at one side, and then when you open up your exhibit, you might want to keep them at another side, and then you can just space out yourself nicely. Now you may have more than one exhibit. Now sometimes, because you need to navigate among exhibit, so one way is you don't want to keep everything all the way to the maximum. It's up to you. What do you find is the best way? Okay, so you might want to like leave this space here, so you can click task 2, task 3, and then when you click task 1, it will jump to task 1. So in that case, sometimes you know what we do to tell student is you might want to put all the exhibit aside. Let's say I open up the exhibit, and then I'll just put it all at the side. Then when you want to navigate, you click task 1, task 2, task 3. Now then task 1, now it will just jumps up by itself. Okay, now this might make your life a bit easier lah. Okay, if you want to arrange it in that way. Now the first thing I will ask you all to do is to read the requirement, and usually we will try to identify which, now usually certain exhibit is specific to certain task, meaning that this information in the exhibit will mainly be relevant to this question. So as a result of that, you need to pair them up. You understand? So you can pair them up to tell yourself like which is which. All right, now so let's read the requirement. Now the executive board has become concerned at the negative coverage about NCCP in the local press, as well as the feedback from the staff and from the volunteer. Now, why would they have volunteer? Okay, I don't know yet, but I'm trying to start asking. You know, when you read questions, you must correspond. You understand? Now, what do you mean by correspond? Correspond means as you read the requirement, you have to first ask yourself, why would that person say this thing to me? You know, it's like you're listening to the telephone conversation and then you're trying to understand what the other person is talking. You know, like for example, I take a phone. Hello? Congratulations. Now, you know, you start to guess like, why am I congratulations? Okay. Then I'll tell you, how heavy is it? It has come. That's great. Then you'll be thinking like, how heavy? What is how heavy? All right. Oh, it's 2 kilo? Wow, that's good, that's good. Is it healthy? Now you start to think like, oh, maybe he must be talking to a person about baby, right? Maybe it's not, maybe I don't know, but that's what we're trying to do. You must read with the correspondence in mind. That why would something be given? There must be a reason to lead to you to understand something. Okay, so I know that there's a volunteer expressing concerns about now see, it's a charity. We're talking about a charity. Okay, so I think now it makes more sense for me to understand that this is a not-for-profit organization. So it is therefore seeking advice from you as the most appropriate way forward. Prepare a report. So question 1 has to be in a report. So your answers must have report format. You understand or not? Your answer must be in report format. All right? Okay. Now, then they say that in the report for presentation to the board, you should assess their internal, external stakeholder. That if you think you want to highlight the keyword like the requirement, go ahead. So you can give yourself a stress point that, okay, this is what I'm trying to do. You're asked to assess and you're asked to recommend appropriate ways to manage them. Now, professional skills are available for demonstrating analysis skills in carefully considering how different stakeholders can be most appropriately managed. Now, I believe that if you are doing these questions, sorry, I can only use a scratch pad to tell you, then but it's really small, you know, so I can't change the size of the font. Now, but you would really know that when you read the case, pay attention to stakeholders inside and outside the organization. You know, the question has to mention to you people. All right, so who are the people? So that when you start reading, you will pay attention to the stakeholders. And then you will be able to identify before you can even assess them. All right. Now, immediately when I read at this question, I hope you're thinking of Mandilo, right? Now, I'll come to that later as part of explanation. Maybe I need to use this part, okay? Easier for me to write so that it will not be hard for you to see, okay? Okay, so what we're gonna do is we will be looking at task 1 that I will need to think about Mandilo. Why would I be thinking about Mandilo? Because this is the framework that we've been told to assess stakeholder. Now, whenever you assess stakeholders, you will need to look at what? You need to look at their power and their interests. So I believe that when the question says do an assessment, now remember, assessment is some kind of quantification or some kind of measure. That's what you mean by assessment. I mean, this is according to a model, so obviously you have some kind of quantification. So if you're trying to say so and so has high power, the question is why? So you must give me a justification to tell why your power is high. Now, obviously, you can only give a justification of a power can be high or low because of what the person is capable of doing. You see that? So it's about how these stakeholders can impact or affect you, then we look at the power. Right? Likewise, how you could impact them, we'll look at it as the interest. Okay. Okay. Then they say critically assesses the source of their competitive advantage. Now, I hope you remember that whenever we talk about critical assessment, we will try to look at two perspectives. Now, I'm not saying that we always do, but we'll try to look at two perspectives. That means we are trying to evaluate, like, okay, in terms of competitive advantage, we can look at, for example, our CA is this, but you know, that's a critical assessment. All right, critically assess how that it will be affected. Now, at the same time, it's a similar thing like when we asked to do a critical evaluation, that we're trying to look at two different perspectives. Okay. Now, again, all these will come from reading the exhibit. Then you will be able to see better. Okay. Okay. So all in, there are already 26 marks plus 8 marks of professional marks. You will be getting in all 34. Okay. So that's like 1/3 of what you need to. Not even 1/3. It's actually like 60% of what you need to pass your paper. Okay. Now, go on. It says that task 2, the new CEO. Well, so again, I can start to understand that there is a change in the leadership. That's why there's a new CEO. Is concerned that the executive board is not being sufficiently proactive to manage the risk and implementing control. Now, they are not proactive. Now, when people say you're not proactive, what exactly does it mean? Now, think about the word proactive. Proactive means you're initiative. So the other word for proactive is reactive. That means you don't have initiative, but you respond to the environment. So they say they are not sufficiently proactive. That means people that they are proactive in risk management is before the risks occur, they are prepared. That's what I understand as proactive. So proactive in risk management means we are prepared to face the risk, rather than a reactive way, meaning we wait until the risks occur, then we see what to do. Now that's a more reactive manner. So the new CEO seems to be worried that the present team of people are not proactive enough in managing their risk and in terms of implementing the control. Now, and therefore they will neglect their duty towards their stakeholders. So he has put risk management at the top of the agenda for the next executive board meeting, and has asked you to help him to prepare the meeting. So this is from him. He wanted risk management, and he has tasked you to get ready for the meeting. So you are asked to prepare a briefing notes. See, that's the format that you need. It's a briefing notes. All right, for the CEO to share with the board, which evaluate the board's approach to the risk management and recommend how it could be improved. Now, if it's about recommendation of how you can improve, then obviously the approach must be very bad lah. So I think you can understand that when you start to evaluating the approach, you're asked to look at what's wrong with it. Okay. Now then, B, identify the external stakeholders with interest in NCCP internal control. Now you feel it's a bit strange, right? Like, why the question in task 1 talks about stakeholder assessment, and then task 2 talks about identifying stakeholders again. Well, that's because what I gather from the students going for exam the last round is this is one of the questions that is not there for all the students. So some have, some don't have. So that's why those who got it, then you might feel a bit like, how come I got 2 questions also about stakeholder? Okay, so I have students come out and say, wow, sir, the question asks a lot of stakeholder, you know. Maybe that's because that is the set that you've got lah. Okay, now then they say justify why the information on internal control should be shared with them. So what is the reason for you to give them the information about your internal control? Who are the people that want the information about your internal control? So that's, if I rephrase it, is about who are the external party who wants information from your business, especially about the internal control, and then why you should share them. That's what they are asking. Okay, task 3. The CEO is keen to implement this new premium price art course. Now I find it very funny, right? Because the question says that this is a charity, then they are saying a premium price. However, in the light of the conflict with other stakeholders, now you start to see that some people are not happy, right? Has asked you to provide an independent perspective on his proposal. So prepare a report for the CEO which assess the viability of the current range of the courses, current, right now. Okay, now not many marks, only 6 marks only, and then evaluates the CEO's proposal to offer the new course. Now professional marks are available for demonstrating skepticism skills in probing deeply the underlying issues that relates to his proposal. That means you must talk about what kind of other potential future problems that might come in the proposal. Okay, now so here it's a business thing. Now last task is task number 4. Now the CEO is concerned about NCCP's exposure to cyber security risk and has instructed the operations managers to both sponsor and manage the project. Now this is about project management already. And it's very strange, right? We normally don't see project sponsor and project manager to be the same people. That's why we learn in risk management the people, the concept called project owner, which is the organization. The project sponsor is usually one of the senior management staff that is the one that will basically ensure that resources is given. That's why it's called he's sponsoring you. Okay, then we will need somebody to manage it. Now to improve the cyber securities at NCCP, the operations manager has limited experience of cyber security, so he's not a very good person in cyber security. Now if I read this, don't you agree that there's something very strange over here? You are asked to manage a project, but you have very limited experience in cyber security. Then why are you asked to manage a project? You know, even as I read the task, I want to put in my mind that something is very strange here. Okay, it goes on and says that has asked you to prepare a response to the CEO which justify that he should only be the project sponsor and not the project manager. Now isn't that already a point for you that you have limited experience? So that is what you're asked to do. So draft section of a report. Now you notice they are not asking you to draft the report, but they say draft a section of the report. Now so I have seen answers varied in this case. Okay, now I've seen answer varied in this case. Whether should we have a full format in your answer? Now I want to give you my view later on because I have seen contradicting answers in your past year, so I will suggest to you what to do later on. Okay, they say draft a section of a report to present to the board to explain why the need for cybersecurity at NCCP and recommend actions to the board should take to meet the cybersecurity's responsibilities. There's 10 marks there, okay? Now then draft an email on behalf of the operations director that you will send to the CEO, which explains why is it appropriate for him to be the project sponsor but not both the sponsor and the manager. So it's just a simple thing to highlight that to the CEO. Okay, so we have got 4 questions that touch on stakeholders, risk management, and then a business evaluation in terms of courses, existing and new, and then the last one is project management. Now remember we shared about the area that we need to cover in our study, right? Like we talk about leadership, we talk about governance, then we talk about strategy, internal control and risk management, and then you talk about IT and so on. So you can see how the question has touched on all these areas. Now, nothing so much on governance in this case. So things like, for example, you want to talk about board structures, you want to talk about directors' remuneration, you talk about all these kind of like institutional investors that we see. It's all not here, right? It's all not here, okay? So you can find that they only touch on very small area of the syllabus, and they expect you to go on and elaborate on your view. So I hope that gives you a clearer positioning of your paper, okay? Okay, now I think we need to start reading the exhibit, but let's see if we have any of the exhibit that is relevant to which question, okay? Now, the first exhibit is general. Normally, they give you the first exhibit to give you an overview about this organization. Now, then they give you an extract. So again, I am not sure what are the extract all about, but if I take a quick glance, it seems like the extract tells me about courses. Okay, courses, and courses is part of the things that we need to do evaluation later on, right? Okay, now they tell us about different type of courses, and they tell us about their organization structures, and then obviously they gave you the P&L, which will be definitely relevant to the evaluation in task 3, right? Because they ask you to talk about the viability of the range. Then they ask you to talk about the proposal of the new courses. Now, I think proposal of the new courses can only come from Exhibit 6, where they ask you to talk about the new courses, okay? Now, the questions that we normally have in the exam is, do I read all the exhibit, then I start the question? Or do I just read exhibit and then do a question? Now, the correct attitude is to read all. The correct attitude is to read all, okay? Because by reading all, then only you can gel different parts together. You can then link like exhibit 1, the information, exhibit 3, then they can put up all together in the same question. If you only read one part and answer a question, now for example, you probably will say, I can read risk management exhibit, and then I use it to answer task 2 because it's all about risk management. It is not wrong, but what if there's some other information that you can use it and you will miss that out? Now, but if you read all the exhibit and answer, it will take you a very long time. That's why the 1 hour should be meant for that. You should use the 1 hour to start preparing rather than to start doing. So don't rush in, but give yourself time to really understand what is in the question. Okay, follow, okay? Okay, so now what I want to do is to start reading the exhibit with you. So I will be looking at exhibit 1, and if you need to write anything, you can go on and write it, or if you want to put it in your word processor, you might want to do it as well. Okay, okay, now let's read exhibit 1. Okay, NCCP is a charity which was established 20 years already, 20 years, okay? Now, the mission, if you want to highlight, then you can put a highlight to let you know that, okay? The mission is to promote well-being and bring about positive personal and social change through education and increase the community participation. Now remember, one of your exhibit is whether you have lost your way. And one of the thing about losing your way is when you're forgetting what is your mission. So I want you to take note that this is what they're saying. Okay, the mission. Okay, in fact, if you're in practicing, you can use different color. In exam, you can't do that lah. Okay, now the mission is to promote well-being and bring personal and social change through education and increase community participation. Okay, now Seville is a vibrant city of 500,000 people in the country of Thailand, and North Seville, now you are at the north side of this place. Okay, so the place itself is vibrant with half a million of people. Now north side is economically and socially deprived part of Seville. So you're at the less well-to-do area. So NCCP was made possible through a generous donation from Richard Tempest, a business entrepreneur who grew up in North Seville and retained a close link to the community. So there's this guy who believed in what he's doing. He gave a lot of donation and started this, and he has a close link with the people there. Okay, now Richard's initial donation was used to buy a large building in North Seville and develop it for community education and social event. So two things that they are in, right? They are looking at education and social event, and that's the reason why we keep hearing courses. So it's like they are running colleges kind of concept lah. So it's easier for us to imagine now. It's to do with education. Now Richard established an executive board of 4 members comprised of the CEO, finance director, marketing director, and operations director. There's also a board of trustee that will oversee NCCP, of which Richard was a member until he retired. So is Richard there? He's not there. Okay, so I know he has retired. Now, and I also know that they are practicing what we call a 2-tier board structure. So there's a board of trustee that is all meant to be the independent directors, and then the executives are all under the executive board, which is exactly what they're telling us. Now, as well as offering a place for local people to meet and to socialize. So that's part of what they do, right? They offer a place for people to meet and to socialize, which is part of their mission, community participation. NCCP offers 4 part-time courses. So they are running courses, and they're running 4 part-time courses, okay? Which are computers for beginners, website design, finding a job, and business skill. Now I find that finding a job might be because of the environment that they are in. They say that they are in this economically and socially deprived part of this place. And again, computers and website could be something that's meant for them to upskill. All right, okay. Now, where relevant, the courses will include a certificate of completion to provide participants with evidence to support their job application. Now, the courses are also of interest to those who are seeking an opportunity for social interaction. Now, all participants will pay a course fee, which is heavily subsidized. So they don't need you to pay a huge amount. That's what it means. And the content of these courses have remained unchanged since they were set up. Well, now I start to look at this and wow, okay? I mean, think about this part. These are the courses that they have, okay? And now they tell me that the content of the courses has remained unchanged. Now, I really begin to wonder. Computers and you don't change after 20 years is scary, you know, because the charity has been there for 20 years. So what are you teaching computers in this course? Tell them what is a diskette. So I really start to wonder that, okay, so something is it right or not right? You know, I start to ask myself, something is wrong, is it? Now, so anyway, 20 years seems to be a very long time for me. Now, Richard continued to make substantial donation to NCCP until his retirement 5 years ago. Now, what does it mean? That means his donation is not there anymore, right? Now, since then, the executive board has tried to seek out other sources of funding, and now they rely heavily on civil council, which provides them financial support for the job-related training. So there's already one guy that give them is from the council. However, the funding has not been sufficient to prevent NCCP from continuing to have financial difficulties. So even though they have funding, they do have problem. And they are telling you that their cash reserves are very low, okay? So they're having problem with their cash flow, and the board of trustee is concerned that this position is not sustainable. So the board of trustee and the independent directors, right, that they are very concerned that what if the charities will not be able to go on. Now, 6 months ago, in December 20X4, the board of trustees persuaded the existing CEO Peter Chen to retire. A replacement, Philip Allen, was appointed and started in March 20X5. Now remember, when we start the questions, they say that today is June. Okay, today is June. That means the CEO only come in like few months only, you know. Okay, now unlike Mr. Chen, Allen has extensive commercial experience, and the trustee hope that this will help him to address their financial difficulties. So they hope that he can turn around lah. However, some trustees express concern that the new CEO commercial background might conflict with their charitable mission. So will this be suggesting that something that shows why they are losing their way? Would this be relevant to, you know, just now when I read the requirement, the part that they say, task 3, premium price art cost. Now immediately I will start asking myself, a charity, subsidy, premium price, an exhibit that says, is this charity lost its way? So I think I start to see some connection of the story already. Okay, so I want to build this in my mind to remember that when I answer the questions, all these things has to be there. Okay, now you are the management consultant appointed by the executive board to provide an independent advice to address difficulties that NCCP is facing. So all this information so far is to give bits and pieces of information about NCCP, and it does not really give us a lot of info very specific to the requirement. But one of the main requirements that I've identified just now is the first task, to look at internal and external stakeholder first. Okay, now can we identify the stakeholders by reading this first exhibit? Can we see the stakeholders by reading this first exhibit, the stakeholders so far? Now definitely from reading, right, from reading, I already can see community, because they mentioned the community of civil, North Civil. Sorry, I think it's very small. So if you think you can't see, you listen and take down. Okay, now I already see that there's a communities that being mentioned. Now, obviously, when you offer courses, I think you will definitely have to have participant of your courses, which are like your customer, right? These are the people who signed up. Now, I noticed they mention people who make donation, like Richard, who has stopped donating, but he is the founder of the charity. I believe he still have influence because of his connections with the community. Now, but definitely, the more directly impacting you is the council that is donating to you. Okay, now they also say that employees like CEO, these are internal employees, staff, I hear volunteers. Now they can all be internal, but they fall into different categories. They even have the board of trustee. Now, I think that would help me to stage a preparation of, okay, so when I want to discuss my answer later on, what else or who else that I want to touch with, okay? Okay, I'm done with Exhibit 1. Now, let's go to Exhibit 2 and see what is in Exhibit 2. Okay. Now, North Civil is known for high levels of unemployment. So I think you have a problem with them, okay? The people there got no jobs. With an inevitable economic and social results that follow. Now, having grown up in North Civil, Richard Tempest set up his own highly successful company. He felt that North Civil community was neglected by the government, and through NCCP provided opportunities for personal and community growth with a particular focus on training to gain job. So he believed that successful businessmen like himself can give back by having something that can create opportunity for personal and community growth with a focus on gaining job through training. So there are 4 courses that they offer just now. Now, these courses that we offer, they say education has always been at the heart of NCCP's mission. All our courses are available at various times throughout the year. I think they are running it by intakes. Like maybe this course is January, April, June, July, that kind of thing. Now, the cost to you, of course, is lower thanks to the council funding and the contribution of generous donors. Now, not only the council is donating, you know, I also see that they mention donors. Now, who? I don't know, but I know that there must be people donating money to them, okay? So the first course they say is computers for beginner, places available. Now, remember, you're reading their website. So it's an information that they update in their website, okay? So they're telling you, okay, you still have space available. If you're looking for basic instructions like how to use computer, and this course is for you. This was the first course that they offered, and they say they didn't change the course for the last 20. I'll be like, huh? So it's like how to turn on the computer, press the button, they teach you how to do all that, okay? Now, website design is full house. No places available. This course will help you to build and maintain your own website. It is appropriate if you have a product or a service or interest to publicize. Finding a job is full. No place available. I think I can understand why is that so lah. Because of the high unemployment, people want to get a job, so they need some kind of help. They say the course will help you to present yourself effectively to potential employers, both in writing your own CV and in an interview. And then business skills, places available. Now, this course is ideal if you want to start develop your business skills. It is especially suitable if you're self-employed or you're looking to start your own businesses. Now, so later on, when I'm doing task 3, you're asked to assess the viability of the current range of courses. Do remember to look at Exhibit 2 because of the 4 courses detail. I mean, it sounds to me like there's some information that will be relevant to exhibit 2 when it comes to task 3. So I just want to remind myself, be careful on that. Okay, working with us. So working with us now, why do they have this in their website? Well, I think it's part of how they want to attract people to come and join them. Okay, now they say that staff at NCCP all fall in 2 categories: paid employee and unpaid volunteer. Well, you have volunteers, you see, that they come and they help out and they don't get paid. Okay, now to me, if you've got people to work for free, I think that's really a nice thing, because that means you can be a very low cost model. Okay, NCCP structures is as follow. They have 1 CEO and 4 finance director, marketing director, operations director. Then underneath there are 4, 3 and 5 employees. So they are not that big lah. Okay, they are not that big. Alongside with 4 directors and 12 paid employee. Now each department benefits from the work of an unpaid volunteers who are not shown in the organization chart. Now we could not manage without the support of this wonderful volunteer. Now I find, remember, we have one part that talks about the sources of your competitive advantage. It seems like to me, one of your advantage, now the advantage tells us about what kind of things that can help you to be strong and continue to operate and grow. That's your advantage, right? Now maybe I might want to think about the volunteers. Okay, now you know, it's okay to put in some pointers in your answer, but you delete it later on. Okay, so that's about the first exhibit. It's second exhibit. It seems to be introducing to me a bit about their courses, about their value, why they started, and also about the staff. Okay, now they give us the income and expenditure. Now from reading the income expenditure, okay, so again, like I said, you might be saying, oh, this is only relevant for task 3 when it comes to evaluating the viability. But is it really so? Will it be relevant to other questions? Now, we don't know, you know. So that's why I say it's better if you read through once in the first hour. Okay, NCCP annual performance data for the year ending 31st March. Now they give you all the last 3 years, right? That's why they give you comparative. They say the income comprised of council funding, corporate donation, personal donation, and the course fee. And then they minus off the expenses. Then they will tell you whether they have a surplus or not. Now, it's quite obvious, like the charity start to see deficit in the recent 2 years, and the deficit is growing. Now, if I just look at it quick glance, I mean, if you look at it quick glance and ask yourself, what could have been the reason for the deficit? Now, in fact, the course fee has been going up. They have got more and more income from the course fee. But I noticed that, okay, in terms of the corporate donation, they have actually see a slight decline. Now, in terms of the council funding, there's also a slight decline. But the personal donations is more or less the same. But the personal donation is very small, right? It's very, very small. Now, what will happen if you lose one of these donations? Then your charity is gone, because you will never be able to cover so much. You see, your deficit can go so great if one of these donors decided to pull out. So when we look at the stakeholders, right, I think you have to now look at more people like there are corporate donors, and there are also personal donors. Now it seems like there are 3 categories of donors lah: the council funding, then the corporate donors and the personal donors. Okay, now then your customers who are paying you through the course fee. Okay, I've got a rough idea of all this. Now I definitely must come back and use the figure later on. Okay, note 1. Funding from the Civil Council, commentary. Although NCCP has no long-term debt, its cash reserve is now 48,000. Its main asset is the building itself, which is worth 1.8 million. Meaning, if worse come to worse, you can look at, for example, you can look at selling off the building so that you can raise the fund. But then where are you going to operate? Now, because you're a charity, normally they don't allow charity to take loan because they do not want them to be indebted, and then it will affect the sustainability of the charity. So that's why usually they don't do that. Okay. Now, even if the charity wanted a loan, a lot of time bank may not want to give a loan to charity because they don't really have a business model. Okay, so that's the one issues that they might be looking at lah. Okay, now 48,000 seems to be very scary to me, because if you make another 1 year of deficit, your money is all gone. Okay, note 1, council funding. Funding from the Civil Council is expected to fall. Wow, in the coming year. They're going to cut. How much they're going to cut, I don't know. Now, due to a reduction in the funding from the central government, the council attaches specific condition to the funding which change from year to year. So their conditions are not the same all the time. Okay. Now, from 2000X4, which is last year, the funding has been conditional on NCCP running a business skill course as part of the council's initiative to encourage people to develop business skill. The council also requires NCCP to encourage individuals to develop IT skill, which will support them in the modern business environment. Now, the council has indicated that future funding will be conditional, demonstrating appropriate internal controls to make best use of the money. Now, isn't that a clue for task number 4? Task number 2, that they say identify stakeholders that have an interest on your internal control. Now, I already read from Exhibit 3 that the council is expecting some kind of information. So take note of that. All right. Okay, corporate donation. Now, the average corporate donation in X5 was 47,000. That means if you look at your council, your corporate donors, you only have 360,000. Think about this, 360,000. If I divide by 47, you only have about 7 to 8 corporate donors only. Not many, 7 to 8. Now, all the corporate donors are based in civil, and they have long-standing relationship with NCCP, which date back to Richard Tempest's time. These corporate donors who were approached on a personal basis are friends or colleagues of the trustee or the executive director. So they are in a way connected. They are in a way connected. Okay, personal donation. The average personal donation in X5 was 24. The personal donations come mainly from members of the North Civil local community, but there are also other individuals in civil who do not use their services, but they want to support their mission. Now, following a series of media report about the international charities that misappropriate funds, corporate and personal donors are taking a keener interest on how the charity being run and how donations are being used. Now, again, you realize the examiner is giving you a clue about task 2 part B. They already tell you that the donors are concerned about how the charity being run, which again come from Exhibit 3. See, you're going to use that 1 hour to read and join the point like what we are doing. So you read it slow and steady and then start to say, okay, this relate to this part, this relate to this part. So please use the 1 hour for your preparation. All right, remember you got 4 hours exam. The 1 hour is for you to get ready. You don't need to spend 3 hours to type the answers, man, trust me. Okay, note 4 is the course fee. The course fees are payable by participants who attend the course. The fees has not increased for the past 3 years. So if your fees is not increased for the past 3 years, then I can only say the reason of why the course fee income has increased is because there's been more number of participants. It shows like you're doing a good job, that more and more people are interested with you. But at the same time, we also see the expenditure start to increase. They never give us a note about expenditure, but I can roughly tell that it must be associated with the courses. Okay, now that's Exhibit 3. Now Exhibit 4, they give you the more detailed part about the performance of the courses. Now I think here they start to give you the breakdown. Now let me see if they can tie to any of these in Exhibit 3. Now Exhibit 3 gave us in terms of value, right? Money. Okay, but Exhibit 4 gave us the absolute number of bookings. How many people are booking the courses? Okay. Now they gave us the average subsidy per courses. How much do you subsidize per booking? Per booking. So they say that computer they subsidize $3, and then here they subsidize 4. So if you use this, you can roughly see how much you're paying. Okay. Now finding a job is negative. Business skill is something that you only started in 20X4. So the average subsidy is about 466. So the subsidies is gone up. Okay. Now the subsidy per course booking is calculated by deducting the course cost from the course fee and then divide it by the number of booking. Now a positive figure in the table demonstrates the course does not generate enough income to cover the cost. So NCCP uses its funding to subsidize the course. Now a negative figure demonstrates a surplus generated by the course. Now finding a job is led by volunteer. I think I can see why that finding a job seems to give us a surplus, because there's very low cost lah. Okay, so they generate a surplus of fund. So that gives us a performance. Now it's a very short exhibit though, nothing much to read. That's Exhibit 4. Now Exhibit 5 is their risk management, and then the new courses, and then the article, then the staff survey. Okay, now apparently if you want to look at the stakeholder, I think is there any other exhibit that will be very important? I think your staff survey will be very important because your internal stakeholders come from here. Okay, in the real exam, I would still suggest that you read everything one go lah. Okay, roughly get an idea. But in the revision, usually I can't do that, because if I spend time to read all the exhibit and discuss one by one all the exhibit, we might just spend the whole entire 3 hours just to do reading. Okay, that then you will say, you know, it's like so long. Now, okay, but in exhibit number 8, in terms of the staff survey, now let's look at what is the survey all about now. This year's survey was issued to the staff on 1st of June. So it's quite recent, right? Because if you remember, your date is 15 June. It's like 2 weeks ago only, you know, okay? Now, the result has just been made available. It was given to all their staff, both the paid and the unpaid staff. As in previous year, the response rate of 90% was achieved. That means you can almost say nearly 9 out of 10 people participated. Okay, Now, representative comments are also included next to each question. Okay, so this is the question. How happy are you to work at NCCP? What did they say? I used to love volunteering at NCCP because I felt I could make a difference to people who really needed help. I don't feel this any longer and I'm seriously thinking about leaving. Wow, so it's a very bad thing, right? Okay. Now, 20x4, we have 82% of people happy. 18% of people neutral. No one is unhappy. It's like a very nice culture. But now it's not the same. There are 42% of the people happy. But there are 27% of the people now they're just neutral. They're not unhappy. They are not happy. They're just neutral. But there are already 31% of the people that they're not happy already. Okay. So if you look at this percentage, it can be quite worrying. For example, like if your volunteers are not going to come back to you, how are you going to run the courses? Like find a job, okay? Okay, do you feel valued and respected at work? So in 20x4 and 20x5, so we can see again they say yes, sometimes, never. But now, again, it's a very identical trend. Things are going bad, that people feel like they are not so well respected. Now, they say, I no longer have the freedom to make my own decision. Instead, I have to ask permission from a manager who knows less about the situations that I do. It's a sign of micromanagement. Now, what has changed in X4 and X5? What has changed? The only thing that has changed, I remembered, is the new CEO, which was appointed only in March 20x5. That means he can destroy things in a few months. Wow, he must be a very powerful person to do that, right? Okay, but that's the only thing that I see has been different, is the change of the leadership. Now, do you see yourself working here in 1 year's time? So they're asking whether do you still want to stay. Now, I find this question is a bit like redundant to the top, because here they're asking about happiness and now they're asking you, do you still want to continue? Now, they say NCCP has changed a lot in the past few months and is no longer a place I enjoy working. But if you look at the survey results, there are 80% that said in 20x4 that they definitely will stay, 20% that they say possibly will stay, and then no one say they won't stay, definitely will leave, no. But now we start to see like very adverse outcome. There are already 18% say they're not going to stay, 37% are like considering it, right? Okay, how effective do you think your department is in fulfilling the mission? What is the mission of NCCP? When we start reading, we highlighted the mission. It was to promote the well-being and bring positive personal social change through education and community participation. So in the past, there are very high percentage of people believe that they are doing their mission, and then now they believe that they are still doing a lot of their mission, but then there's a higher percentage finds that they are ineffective. Now, all of us in the team know our jobs really well and we work well together. Now, all we need is to be left to do our work without senior managers interfering. Now, again, this comment seems to gel with the comment up there that says that we've lost freedom and then we need we need permission. Okay, the last comment. How effective do you think the executive board is in fulfilling NCCP's mission? Okay, the new art courses will bring in people who do not need help and push out those who need. So how effective do you think the executive board is in fulfilling the mission? So now there's 0% believe that they're effective. And then there are very, very high percentage who believe that they're ineffective. So actually what is happening? So it's like if I don't read the exhibit to you, you won't even know what's happening, right? Okay. Now, so the staff seems to give a general impressions that they're very unhappy. Okay. They are very, very unhappy. All right. Now, let's see if we can come quickly to what happened. All right, now I just want to skip the risk management part lah, because since this is more on risk management, but now I want to know what has happened. Okay, Philip Allen, the CEO, he says, since starting, I have been astonished at how my plans to make this organization viable, financially viable, are being criticized. There are people who are against him. So I think we can now come to a point that he is the problem. Okay, that one person has caused so much unhappiness in the staff that, see, all the readings are going down. So what has happened? So we can see that the email will tell us a bit of the story. Okay, now I'm particularly frustrated that my plan to increase the revenue by offering new courses are being resisted. In order to find a suitable way forward, I have agreed to seek advice from you as an independent consultant. Now, I am convinced that there is a gap in the market for art courses, which such courses are available elsewhere. My courses will be run by highly skilled artists who will educate people about the science and the history of art, and also teach them practical skill as how to develop their own painting technique. Now, pause for a while and then start to think. Is this something that you believe is right for this charity? I mean, you got to start asking yourself, like, you're a charity and you're running courses. So if I go back to Exhibit 1, I want to look at their mission. They say to promote well-being about positive personal and social change through education and increase community participation. Now, I don't see something that is very wrong also, because courses like art can still relate to social community participation, but obviously it will be quite different from the original mission, that they have high level of unemployment and they have always been trying to focus on training. So I remembered very well that was why they started, because the owner, the founder, was well-to-do and then he wanted to give back. So when you want to give back, you're supposed to give back to people who need it. Okay, so now when the CEO proposed this, so I will start to question, will that be something that's really relevant? Okay, such a course will be targeted at the wealthier and intelligent individual. That now it starts to give like a bit strange to me. Wealthy people, subsidized courses. Now there is a scope to charge a considerable premium. So now he start to tell you that although we offer the courses, but we charge them premium. So we don't subsidize them, but we charge them more. And then it says that the surplus then can be used to subsidize NCCP's other courses, and these courses would run on the weekend. Now I know this is the busy time for NCCP. Now remember, all the courses are part-time. See, they have been running 4 courses. Where did they say the part-time course? Here, is it here? Yeah, here. All part-time. Now, if you tell me part-time, then I can only imagine that these courses should be run on the weekend as well. And now you're telling me that you want to run the art courses on the weekend. Now, immediately what crossed my mind is, do you have the space to accommodate all the plan or not? Now, he said, I know this is a busy time, but it's the most convenient time for our participants. So they do recognize that there must be some competition over the space. Okay, I think they can recognize that this will result in a competition. Okay, now take note of that, because when you do the evaluation, remember that we are supposed to talk about exhibit task 3, the viability of the new art courses. Now immediately I can see from exhibit 6, to compete for resources weekend. Okay, as I have the passion for art and painting, I have been able to put together the entire proposal by myself. I have a good friend who is an accomplished artist and will therefore design the course and deliver it. Now, unlike other freelance tutors, NCCP will pay him for designing the course, but in return, they will retain the copyright. Now, you see, other tutors, you don't pay for the materials. You pay for the job, they will keep it, so every time they have to come back. So here they are trying to say, we want to pay to develop the whole thing so that the charity will have an ownership over the material. Now, the initial cost of designing the whole course book is 12,000. I'm like, wow, you know, that's a lot of money, right? Remember, if we look at the income and expenditure, the charity only have 48,000 left. Okay, and now you are thinking, and don't forget, they are already having deficit, and now you're thinking of using a 12,000, which is 25% of all my money, you know, to come out with a courses that is meant for the rich people. Okay, now that can subject to very heavy criticism, right? Now each course will generate a profit of 1,000. Now remember, we say yesterday that one part of your role as a CEO is your strategy, and when you are asked to evaluate strategy, you have to look at the financial perspective. Now the first thing that you see this is, do you look at the break even? I hope you see that lah. Now you probably will say, do I need to calculate the net present value? I don't think I need to lah, because just looking at this information, I think a simple payback is good enough. Now the profit is like 1,000. That means you need to run 12 courses to make profit, and they say the course will run monthly, and then they will generate a profit of 12,000. That means they are looking at 1 year to break even. Okay, now the art materials and the course book assume that we purchase a year worth of each in advance to take advantage of the bulk discount. I trust you agree that this is profitable and attractive opportunity, so I look forward from hearing from you. Now the tone is such that he is writing that he wants you to support him, right? Okay, now but you remember, you're supposed to get an independent advice. Okay, now in the figure that is given over here, what other information analysis I will be able to do? Now I noticed they are looking at 20 participants per course. That's why the revenue is 125 times 20. The tutor will be paid 800, and then the art material is 25, the course book is 8. Now these are like variable costs. So what kind of information, I want you to think about this. What kind of information that you'll be able to do when you look at all these figures? Now, do you think of break-even point? Because you can calculate your contribution and you know your fixed costs, then you will be able to look at your break-even point. You can even have your margin of safety. If you have break-even point, you have a target of 20. Now then you can start to look into how feasible this is going to be. Okay, so up to this stage, I think we have read almost all the exhibit, left with the newspaper article and also the risk management. Okay, now I will just want to cover a short part because this might be relevant to stakeholder. Just because you have stakeholders, I have no choice, right? I really have to know what other stakeholders are thinking about me. Okay, there's one article that say, published on 1st of June, has NCCP lost its way? Now, the recent appointment by Philip Allen as the new chief executive of the North Civil Community Project has been a source of controversy across the city. Now, NCCP used to be well respected in the civil for its goods value courses and lively social environment, both of which were designed to support the disadvantaged member. Well, if you look at this, you can see the reputation that it's having. It's well respected because of what they're doing to help the marginalized community. However, faced with a dramatic fall in funding Allen has revealed plans to launch premium courses, which would charge significantly higher prices to those attending. Now, the first premium courses are understood to be on the subject of art, and Mr. Allen points out that they will provide much needed funding for NCCP. Now, Allen has also confirmed that he plans to review the full range of existing courses. And this is cause concern that current course participants will not be able to afford NCCP courses in the future. Now, a spokesman for Civil Council noted that the funding for the coming year was currently under review and advised that it will be cut if they felt that the agenda was not consistent with their priorities. So again, they are forcing you that if you are way out of your mission, we may not give you the money. Now, Allen was also asked whether NCCP was concerned following the recent cyber security on the Children's Trust, another small charity in civil. Now, TCT IT systems were destroyed by hacker and charity has ceased to operate. So Mr. Allen declined to comment. Now, that is the news article that we are having. Okay. Now, so we have read enough lah. I think we've read enough. So I'm going to like really stop. So if I continue to read the risk management, I think it will go up to like close to 2 hours. Now, maybe let's focus on a bit on the writing part to get ourselves started. Okay. Sorry, let me unblock myself. Okay. Now, remember the formatting is very important. Okay. So what you can do is you're gonna ask yourself, how do I present my answer? Okay. Do I want to write my answer right here, or do I want to answer it at the bottom? Now I leave it to you lah. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so you can put here, like for example, task 1. Okay, and then after that you will start to put in your answers. You can do like that, or if you want to write your answers straight in and then you delete this later on, it's also fine, but I suggest you leave it in. Now the reason is because examiners said that there are students who don't copy and paste the task into the word processor. So since the examiner already said that, then let us please the desire of the examiner, shall we? Okay, so I think you can leave it in. Now remember, you are asked to come out with a report, so you have to present your answer in a report format. So you must have a report, obviously. Now, who are you addressing to? The board of NCCP, right? The board of NCCP, the executive board. So it's board of directors, not the trustee board. Board of directors of NCCP. Okay, and who are you? You remember your task as a consultant. That was what you are asked to do at the beginning. See, you are a management consultant appointed, so that's your position. Then you can be a consultant. Okay, so you can be a consultant or you can be a management consultant. Do I need to put a name there? It's not necessary. Okay, and what is this all about? Now, task 1, it's about stakeholders, and then task 2 is about competitive advantage. Now you see, it's one report for 2 things. So that means later on you will only have one header, but you have A and B in the answer. Okay, now your stakeholders assessment and your competitive advantage assessment. So I think that will be a good thing for me to put in as my subject. Now, what date do you want to use? Now, since they say that today is 15th of June, you can give a date that is right after 15th of June, but not too far. and not really have to be like too early, but you cannot be before that lah. So if you put example like I want to put 1st Jan 2022, your answer will lose professional marks. If you go and put other date, like for example 10 of March 2000X5, you definitely lose professional marks because this is not happened. But if you go and put here 15th of June, or let's say you go and put 20th of June, that's okay. Okay, as long as it's sensible, huh? So I just leave the date there, so don't worry so much about that. Now, as a report, you normally will have a basic heading, right? Okay, so you probably will say like, okay, A, the internal and external stakeholders. Now, I want to maintain a labeling because I need to tell examiner that this is the answer. Now I'm going to put an arrow to tell you that you must label your answer so the markers are aware which part are you writing for. Don't go and write the whole report without labeling. I saw answers before that the student just write and I don't know which one is A and which one is B. Now please don't do that. Label, okay? You must label, all right? Okay, so the starting part of the report could be a short introduction, like this is a report on the assessment of your charities, internal and external stakeholders, and how your charity should manage them and their expectations. It will then follow with an assessment of NCCP's competitive advantage. Okay, now so it's just a basic thing to start with, all right? Please do that because you need that for professional marks. Okay, so who are your internal stakeholders? Now you can do it in many ways. For example, you can start with internal stakeholders, and then you begin with the stakeholders. Who are they? Now example, I mean obviously for internal stakeholders, the main person will obviously be the staff, right? Okay, the staff. Now you can also have the board of trustees. Okay, now these are the more implicating one, all right, because the board of trustees affect you, the staff affect you, all right. Now so that will be the internal stakeholders. Okay, the external stakeholders, who are they? Ayo, sorry, who are they? Now look at the marks given. You're given 16 marks. Okay, you're given 16 marks. Now, how much will you be writing in the answer? Now, think about that. Normally, we give you 2 marks for one full elaborated point. Okay, 2 marks for one fully elaborated point. Okay, but here I need to assess the stakeholder. Okay, plus then I need to give recommendation. I don't think 2 marks will be fair for the student. Consider the amount of things that I write, because I got to assess why the stakeholder power and interest is high or low, and then I would suggest something that you have to do. So I think at least if you tell me up to 3 marks, I think that should be fair enough. Okay, up to 3 marks because of the amount of things that I have to write. Okay, now which tells me if you've got 5 stakeholders, right, your answers will be considered safe. So that is what you can have in mind when you want to think of who are the people that you want to write lah. Okay, Now, definitely when I identify the external stakeholders, now I would think that the council are very important, okay? The civil council are very important. Now, I would think that the donors are very important. Whether you want to combine them as one donors or you want to separate them as the individual donor, I'm not sure. But definitely the donors are very important, okay? Now, the participants are very important because these are the people that will be my customers. Now, you know, by just doing that, I've got 5 stakeholders already. Then why not we just go ahead and answer the question, okay? Okay, so let's start with staff, all right? Let's start with staff. So how do you begin to do the assessment, all right? Now, NCCP has both paid staff and unpaid volunteers, okay? Now, as employees and even volunteered staff, they have high interest in NCCP. Okay, now why would you say that they have high interest? Now that's the important thing, okay? Now, as a paid employee, this would represent their income, okay, or their bread and butter. You can say something would represent their income or their salary, and the sustainability of NCCP could affect their future, okay, could affect their future. Now, for instance, it is giving signs that NCCP is facing financial challenge. So if NCCP is to cease to exist, they will lose their job. Now, do I give enough explanation to tell you why they have high interest? I think that's good enough, right? So that's all I need to do, you know. I just want to tell you why will you have high interest. But will the volunteered staff will have the same degree of high interest in you? No, okay? Now, for the volunteered staff, they don't depend on NCCP for income, but they are here to serve because they believe in the values of NCCP. All right? Now, if they find that NCCP has lost its value or deviate from its mission, most likely they may not want to continue. Okay? Now, this is about the staff. Now, that shows why they have high interest. Now, in fact, if I remember, in the staff survey, there are already enough percentage of survey that suggested like they are unhappy. There are also people that says that they will consider leaving because 18% of them that they will not be here anymore. Okay, now maybe these are the volunteer. Okay, now the staff survey had given feedback that the general atmosphere is that staff are beginning to feel unhappy, frustrated, and may not want to remain. Okay, now you can quote some statistics that you want. All right, for example, like there are about 18%. There was 18% poll to leave NCCP in 1 year's time, when this was 0% in 2000 X4. Okay, now I've just talked about the interest. Okay, what about their power? All right, what about their power? Okay, now do they have high power or low power? Okay, now the power of the staff would depend on how they are able to act in concert. Now, for instance, having a union would increase the power of the employees. However, it was not the case for NCCP, but I don't see that there was anything mentioned about that. Okay, in fact, we can observe how the culture in NCCP has changed into becoming more micromanaging, suggesting that the senior management has greater power to exert over them. Now, this can be a sign that staff generally has less power in NCCP. So I'm just trying to give a justification of why their power are high or why their power are low. Okay, so I would say that in this case their power are low. All right, now again, for volunteers, they usually may not act in concert, especially if these volunteers were recruited individually from the different part of the community. So you're not like friends lah. So in that case, then they will actually have lower power. Now that's what I'll say about their power and their interest. Now if you say like that, we'll only get 2 marks, then to me I think it's very unfair, right? Because there's so much that we have to write to just justify it. Okay, now I must let you know that I have a tendency to write much longer than what the examiner require, because I think that in the class I want to let you learn how to elaborate the point, so how I will relate from one point to another. So in the exam I don't think you will write so much, because I do understand that students' capability may be a bit different, but if you can write so much, it's good, you know. Okay, and trust me, you will have enough time on, because typing is not going to take so much time really. You know, it's not like a writing paper. So go ahead. All right, okay, now what is your strategy if you have decided that this is high interest and then low power? Now then you must go back to your Mandilo, right? Remember when we look at Mandilo matrix, we normally have low and high. Just to refresh back quickly, okay, low and high, low and high. Now those that the power and the interest. Now what do you do when your stakeholders are very high in power and very high in interest? Now we call them as a key player. Okay, now if sorry, I didn't arrange according to what we normally see in my notes lah, because it doesn't matter whether you put power first or interest. Okay, maybe I rearrange it. Okay, so if you have stakeholders that they are low in power, low in interest, we don't actually need to bother, right? Because to us is why care about them, so we say it's minimal effort. Now those that they are very powerful but they don't have much interest with you, you have to keep them satisfied, correct not? That means satisfied in terms of their key requirement. Whereas for those that they have high interest, low power, we suggest that you should keep them informed. So that's actually what was used by Mandilo. So in this case, you can use the same thing and suggest it over here. Okay. Now NCCP should. Now I won't say that NCCP use keep informed. You know, don't do like that. It doesn't sound right in if you are writing it in this way. So NCCP should adopt a closer engagement with them to have them being kept informed. You know, make it like a proper sentence. All right, kept informed of information that would concern them and could potentially alter their views of whether or not to remain in NCCP. Now I just give one example. Now for instance, okay, the volunteers may not wish to continue if they do not see how NCCP's direction. Now remember, we come back to this. Now a lot of them say that they are not fulfilling their mission. A lot of them thinks that the executive board is not fulfilling their mission. So you can come to this, that NCP's direction is not fulfilling their mission. Okay. Now, so if the senior management is to have a more active role to explain to them how their new approach is still consistent with their original mission, they may understand and stay on. Now that's the staff thing that we're seeing. So we talk about interest, power, respond. Okay. Now what I want to share with you is I didn't want to just say keep informed. Then I want to give an example of how that the keep informed will be by giving an example. Now please don't give a very general statement. I know some of you will say like okay, I show you what I mean. Like you're gonna say like you're gonna use keep informed, and then after that you will say what NCCP will have to update them with information. Now if you write this answer, it's actually not helpful, because what information? You know, as a marker, I will say what information? You're giving something like you're not telling me anything. Now, so here, my information is about in what way that I want you to understand that our approach is still consistent with the mission. Now, I think that information is more relevant rather than just saying give them more information. Okay. Okay, so this is just one of the stakeholder. Okay, now I'm sorry that we always take a long time to start, but once it gets started, things will be so much faster and more efficient. Okay, I would suggest that we take a break because it's like really like 2 hours now. So we just take a break and then we'll continue after this. Now I know those of you who are there watching online yourself, I don't know whether you have already taken a break before that, okay? But if not, I suggest that you can take a break, you can rest, and then you come back and continue. So you just pause your video and then resume later lah, okay? Part. Now we're gonna move on and look at the other stakeholder, the board of the trust, the board of trustee. Where did we read about the board of the trustee? Now we know that it was Richard Tempest that has already basically set up a board of trustee. Where did I have that? Yeah, here. He established executive board, and then there was also a board of trustee where Richard was a member until he retired. He's not there. Okay. Now, but obviously, although he retired, he's not there, but you cannot say that his influence is not there, right? Okay, so let's go to the board of trustee now. Okay, these are the people appointed by Richard Tempest, the founder of NCCP, to oversee the activities of the executive board and thus the overall direction of the charity. Okay, sorry, I wanted to say this. Usually I will unbold it to make it very obvious, like this is a heading and this is the answer. Okay, now okay, so this board of trustees are responsible to ensure that NCCP is still pursuing its mission, the very reason of why NCCP existed. All right, now so the trustees themselves will have high interest with NCCP, considering their their role as an agent on behalf of the charity. Now the charity don't really have a shareholder because it's not meant to be that, but it's on behalf of a charity that the purpose of why it was even there when they founded it was on that basis. Okay, that's why you're holding it on trust. Okay, that your role as an agent on behalf of the charity to ensure that the charity is able to function as how it was supposed to create what did they say, to bring positive. Now you can copy, you can come here and copy because these are quotation so you can come to the answer to bring about positive change and increase community participation. All right, now and not only that, it was also the board of trustee that actually hired the new CEO. Okay, so we see that will increase the amount of interest. All right, now it is they who hired Philip Allen and would be very interested to find out if Philip is able to deliver up to their expectation. Now this tells me of why that their interest is high. Okay, now the board of trustee would have high power since they are in position to remove any of the executive directors, just like how they can recruit Philip Allen. They have the power to terminate his service. Now with this, the board of trustees definitely have a lot of power over the charity. Okay, now therefore the board of trustee, so I'm just going to put BOT, the board of trustee has sufficient influence over how NCCP should operate. They can express their point about what they like and what they don't like. Now this is my justification of why that they are powerful. So what should you do to the board of trustee? Okay, now being key players of NCCP, they are called key players. That's what we usually call, right? They're key players. All right, the executive board has to ensure that the demands and claims of the board of trustees are met so that they will not respond adversely to them, including replacing them. All right, now what would be the key demand? Now for example, we can understand that the Board of Trustees are concerned with NCCP's financial difficulties. Now we can see that, okay? So therefore, this is definitely a key matter to address, but at the same time, there must be adequate balance to ensure measures do not deviate from their reputation and value being a charity. Now, this is how the response gonna be. So that's what I would say. You're a key player, so you want to make sure that the demands are being met. All right. Now, the keyword is the word key players, of course. Okay. Okay. So that will give me the second internal stakeholders that we want. All right. Okay. What will be the third stakeholders that we're gonna see? Now we're gonna look at the council. All right. How powerful is the council will obviously be from why you need the council. Like, for example, do you need the council for any form of approval, licensing? If yes, then that's where their power is. And how much that they want to know about you. Now, I think we read just now that the council has a lot of interest on various things. The newspaper article wrote something, right? That the council may cut their funding if they felt that their agenda is not consistent. So that's already showing that the council is very interested with them. Okay. Okay. Let's look at this. What is the funding? Okay. The council generates about 420 out of 1351. You know, that's like 31%. Okay. Now, the council, it's a key donor to NCCP, providing about 31% of its yearly funding. Okay. Now, the council itself, now what do you see as, again, their interest? Has high interest with activities of NCCP. Now, why do you say that? Now, this is evident from the point that the council has expressed conditions for the funding continuity, suggesting that they will monitor if NCCP is meeting the condition set. Now, these include the kind of courses that NCCP offer, their internal controls, and their overall agenda. Okay, now that's all the thing that I can pull from various exhibit, because I saw they mentioned about internal control, I saw they mentioned about agenda. So as you write out your answers through paraphrasing, your answers will be very original. You realize that you don't have to go back to the exhibit and start copy the case study, right? Now, I hope that you can use this approach in the exam so that your answers will look very fresh. So when the marker will be able to see that this is based on an evaluation of a whole case, and not just read one part and write an answer. You get what I mean, right? Okay. Okay, so I have already justified why the interest is high. Now, the council is very powerful since they have ability not to give NCCP the much required fund, as it is not obligatory on the council side. The size of their funding, up to 1/3 of their annual income, would mean that any cut or discontinuation would severely affecting the capability of NCCP to conduct its charitable activities. Okay, now so I would have justified why that they are very powerful. They are very powerful because of the amount of money that they give it to you, and they can withdraw. The most important thing is they can withdraw. If the amount of money they give it to you is like they have to give you, then obviously they are not powerful already. But because it is not obligatory, that they become powerful. Now, so I've talked about again their interests. I've talked again about power. Now, then how do you deal with them? Again, they are key players. So the council is another key player to NCCP. All right. So the executive board must be very well aware of the key demands and conditions set by the council. Now, for instance, the type of courses that the council demanded, NCCP must ensure that they are being delivered so that the funding will continue. Okay, now that will be an example again about the key player. All right, now so again, to refer back to the case study, I think it's good that we want to know what kind of courses. We read just now that the council is looking at business courses. Where did I read it just now? Yeah, here. Okay, now business courses, and we can see that this is 2000 X4 onwards. All right, now so if you want to put it in, you can put it in. Okay, now for instance, business skills courses are being demanded effective from 2000 X4. Now it is crucial to know that the condition set by the council change year to year. We read that, right? That the condition, see, condition change from year to year. Okay, now so this further impose the need of the executive board to be closely engaged with the council representative to know and be aware of what these conditions are. So it's to further inform us that because their requirements are changing from time to time, it will be even more important for you to actually find out so that you fulfill it. You know, if you put it aside, right, that shows that you're not managing these stakeholders very rightly. Okay, now we are moving down to the donors. Here it's where you can see there are two types of donor. Just like how we have two types of staff, we have two types of donors. Okay, now look at the overall presentation of my answer. It has been structured in a manner like we have a heading of internal, external stakeholder, and then I have a staff, I have board of trustees. So it's very clear, right, that you can see who are your stakeholder. Then I divide them into paragraph. One paragraph to tell me about interest, power, and response. Interest, power, response. Interest, power, response. So I'm indirectly trying to share with you the techniques of how you should present your answer, which is very, very important in SBL. If you stick to all these things, you can get quite a good marks in professional marks already, you know. Okay, so which will help you very much to pass the exam. Okay, there are two types of donors. There are two types of donors, namely the corporate donors and the personal donors, with the varying level of, now we use the word influence because if you remember Mandela matrix, we say influence equals to power times interest. So we should use the word influence, okay? Now they have a varying degree or level of influence, okay? Now we can start with the corporate donor first lah, okay? Now the corporate donors okay, generally all donors have high level of interest on NCCP, okay? Since the motive of granting donation is associated with their purpose of being identified with NCCP's mission and values. Now, however, okay, the corporate donors are through personal links. Now we saw that when they tell us about the corporate donors, they say these are on a personal basis. They are friends and colleagues of the trustee and the executive directors, are through personal links associated with the trustee and the executive director. So that personal interest that we have may suggest that the level of interest they have could be because of the personal relationship, okay? Thus may suggest their interest could be tied to their personal relationship with them, okay, instead of purely due to the mission of NCCP. Like, I'm your friend, I support you, okay? So you ask me, I'll support you, okay? So whether you're with this charity or what charity, doesn't matter lah. I just want to support you. So as a result of that, then the level of interest that you have may change a bit, okay? Whereas the personal donors would clearly have no personal association, and what motivates them to donate is due to the cause that they want to pursue, which again is to do with the mission of the charity. All right, now the corporate donors are clearly very powerful, again, like the council. How much that they give it to your charity, again we come to the figure again. Now if you see, they give about 360, and that will be around 27%. Like the council, they accounted for around 27% of NCCP's income in 2000x5. They are very big donors, considering the average donation of, sorry, not RM, what was the average donation? 48,000. Sorry, not 48. 47. Average donation of 47,000. There are about, now we calculated just now, right? If you take 360 divided by 47, there are about 7 to 8 corporations only. Okay, so they are very powerful. All right, now in the event when these corporations stop channeling their donation, NCCP will be severely short of funds. It's the problem of their funding. So they will be severely short of fund. All right. Now, while while the personal donors are considerably less powerful, since their donation is so small individually. So even when a handful of them stop donating, it will not create any massive impact to NCCP. That's what we see right now. If you come back to the personal donation, they only make about 24. You realize that in fact one donor can cover entirely all the personal donation. Okay, one corporate donor is able to cover more than the entire personal donation collected by NCCP. Do you see that? And this is a very important thing to tie to your case study, because when you are commenting like that, it shows the examiner that you are back to the case, you know, you really know what's happening. And you don't just give very general, generic answers to say that, oh yeah, they're very powerful, you know, because they're big. But why? Because of the size that I can relate to. Okay? Now, so it is therefore right for NCCP to ensure that the corporate donors are managed via a keep satisfied strategy. Now, for instance, if they are motivated due to the personal link, it is therefore necessary for initiatives on such engagement to maintain. Like example, a visit by the relevant trustee member or the executive director to this corporation can help to satisfy their desire to continue donating to NCCP. Now, this is what we are going to see. Okay, now that is the idea that we will do on the corporate owner. I just want to know what are the main things. So if you know that the whole idea of them donating is the personal link, then you just need to make sure that the personal link is maintained. If you don't maintain, then that's it. You're going to cause them to withdraw the whole thing. Follow or not? Now, while for the personal donor, they are not powerful. Although they have high interest, they are not powerful. So you just want to keep them informed. Okay? Now, for the personal donors, NCCP shall just ensure they are kept informed of the information, like the way how donations are being used to communicate that the charity is still operating in the same manner consistent with their value they pursue or their proposition. Okay, so it's just to highlight that we see that there's a difference. Now because I lump them together as a donor, so it become like I'm talking about two different identical stakeholders together. That's why this part of the answer is a bit lengthy, just like the staff lah. Okay, now so by now I believe that if you look at it, you should cover it quite well enough, right? So that's why at the end you must look at your time. Remember, if you only start writing after the 1 hour of preparation, now then the 16 marks that you have, I I I start to some sort like believe one strategy should be, if you have taken about 45 minutes to prepare, you will leave yourself with about 15 minutes plus another 3 hours for your answer. So if you have got about 3 hours left to start writing your answer, then you should base on that that 1.8 minutes kind of strategy. So every mark gives you about 1.8 minutes. So 16 marks will give you about less than half an hour. So now you start to time yourself, like you only have less than half an hour to write the answer. So if as long as you are still within the half an hour, go ahead, you can write. Okay, now so that's how you can plan your strategy. Okay, now what about the participants? Okay, now notice that the participants themselves are those that they will just attend your courses. So what kind of interest that they have? Obviously they have very high interest because of they need you in terms of the courses, but what kind of power would they have? Now would they have high or low power? Now obviously they will have very low power lah, because they depend on your subsidy. They cannot influence the kind of courses that you run, so eventually they have no power. Okay, so you can go on with saying like, now these are the participants that will sign up and attend the courses offered by NCCP. Now they have high power, I say high interest, simply because they directly engage with NCCP by being a client to the services offered by NCCP. Now the reason they join the course is that it is believed to be able to help them, for example, to upskill their employability. Okay, now therefore they want to know if these courses are able to do just that. Okay, now if they join a course and they don't know whether it will help them, then what's the point of them joining a course, right? So it's quite understandable that their interest is very high. Now however, they do not have much power over NCCP. Now they are unable to example, alter the decision of what kind of courses that NCCP will run. Now it's not apparent that they are able to do that. Now they don't seem to have any influence over the pricing, since NCCP operates a subsidy scheme. They are not, the charity is not even affected by the number of participants for each course, which is apparent. Like in some courses there are more people and in some courses there are less people, but it shows that they couldn't be bothered so much, right? Okay, now so eventually what you need to do is again a strategy for high interest, low power. So you just got to keep them informed, right? Okay, now so NCCP again has to ensure the group of interested participants or potential participants are kept informed with information that they want to know. Now for instance, to publish in its website the types of courses being offered, the time that it will be available, the availability in terms of seats, the prices that they need to pay, etc. Now, if you have got all these informations available for the participant, then to them is they have got all the information they need. They don't really need to disturb you, right? So that's why this will be the strategies for participants. Okay, so we have done the first part of the question, which is to do the stakeholder analysis. Okay, you're supposed to come to the second part, right, which is the critical assessment of the sources of their competitive advantage. All right, now, but I've told you part A and B is the same requirement, so you will not repeat the header, you know. So if you don't come to part B and start again with report to from A, don't do that. You do that means you're not reading the question already, so don't do that. All right, now you just need to come here and remember what we are doing is assessment of the sources of the competitive advantage. Okay, let us look into what are we supposed to do here. Now, think about, because this is a charity, I'm just going to put some pointers before we start. Okay, this is a charity versus a profit-based organization. It's very different. All right, now example, for a profit-based organization like a corporation, okay, a commercial corporation, your competitive advantage can be because of your certain reason that you're able to sell and be a market leader. So what makes you being able to sell and what makes you become a market leader? It's the reason why that's your competitive advantage. Okay, now, but as a charity, you are offering courses, so you have to start asking yourself, what is making your courses attractive so that you can operate and you can remain sustainable in the future, that the charity will be able to continue to run ahead. Now, and at the same time, what could be the potential threats or problems that NCCP is facing that could threaten this competitive advantage? Now, take example, we can see that you depends a lot on donation. And the donation is the reason why you're able to continue. That's your source, because they're saying what are your source of your advantage. That's the source of your advantage. Obviously, if the donations is not there, then you will not be able to continue, right? So the donation is there. Now, then number two, we also see that another reason of your advantage is because of your volunteer, because using volunteer means you don't have to pay. Now again, this is a source of your advantage. So think about this. This source of advantage could be challenged. All right, that's why they say, okay, this source of advantage could be challenged if, let's say, you are not able to address exactly what they need. All right, okay, so we come into this part to look at the competitive advantage. Now, my questions that I'm gonna ask to you is this: so which part of your study that you can go to your book to read to get an answer to this question? The answer is none. Do you realize that? That's why I say there are certain part of your questions doesn't really need you to study any kind of theory, but it only needs you to be able to think. Of course, then you must understand what is competitive advantage, what are they trying to refer to over here. But other than that, the rest are all from thinking. Okay, now, so the sources of your advantage. Okay, assessment of your sources of NCCP's competitive advantage. All right, okay. Now, NCCP is able to operate due to the reliance on donations and also the volunteers. This model allow NCCP to manage its cash flow and finances. All right, okay. So what are your sources? Number one, the funding. Okay, so funding as your source of advantage. Okay, I'm going to start with funding as a heading. Funding. Okay, NCCP collected, now I need to calculate again, about 420, 360 over 1351, now about 57%. So NCCP collected more than 57% of its annual income from just the council and the corporate donors. Now, this funding mean that they can provide subsidized courses so that there will be participants to sign up, and therefore NCCP is able to meet its mission, which is to, now remember, you can always go back and say copy. I'm not just copy and paste, but I'm doing a quotation of your mission. So your mission must be the same. So I cannot be changing your mission, right? Which is to promote the well-being, personal, social change through education. That's your purpose. So your advantage here is because of the donation, you will be able to do all that. That's your source of your advantage. Okay? Now, but you must assess, right? So you must look at the threat. Okay? However, the council funding is conditional, while the corporate donation is resting on the personal link with trustees and executive directors. So this is one thing that we see. All right, they depend on that. Now, as long as NCCP is able to meet the condition, there will be no major risk of this funding being withdrawn. While likewise, if the same personal link can be maintained, then the flow of corporate donation will be able to sustain. Okay, now so my assessment is that this funding will be able to stay on. All right. Now, conclusion. Therefore, this source of advantage is most probably can be maintained. Okay. So the funding. The first thing is my funding. Okay. Let's go back. The second point. Okay. What is the second source of my advantage? Okay, what is my second source of my advantage? Now, besides the funding we saw just now is the employee. Okay, now the volunteers. Okay, being a charity, volunteers definitely help NCCP to keep its costs low. They don't have to pay volunteers. Okay, now if these volunteers stop volunteering, how would NCCP replace them? If NCCP is to get paid staff, then it will drive up its costs, which then translate into greater deficit or higher cost prices. So eventually it will deter its ability to continue to serve in its purpose. Now, so the advantage that we are seeing now is the advantage that you depend on the volunteer. So the assessment will be, do you see a potential issues that these volunteers will not continue? Now, then I think we can again relate to the survey. Okay. Now, the recent staff survey, let's go to the survey. Okay, in the recent staff survey, which part that they felt like the volunteers may not be happy. Now, we already saw that they are not that happy and they may not want to stay. Okay, now the recent staff survey had shown worrying sign that NCCP may lose this source of advantage. Now, you see, I'm assessing that you have a risk that you may lose this. Okay, now when asked in the survey about, now what did they ask? Now I can copy so how happy are you working in NCCP? We saw a tremendous decline from 82% to only 42% in 20X5. Okay, now when asked about, okay, I will come here, do you see yourself working here in 1 year's time? We also saw that those responded definitely dropped from 80% to 45%. Now, isn't that telling us that your source of advantage is being threatened? Can you see or not? Now, so therefore, it is much more concerning that signs of unhappy staff and volunteers are obvious, and if not addressed, will lead to them leaving NCCP. And if they leave NCCP, then the problem that we say just now up there is definitely going to happen. Now this is the source of your advantage, right, in terms of your volunteers. Okay, now we also notice that another source of your advantage could be the kind of courses that you run, because this is from the participant. Let me relate back to where I read it just now. It's in the newspaper article. Yeah. Now they say that they were well respected because they offer good value courses which will help the disadvantaged members. And this is a source of your advantage. I think it's in terms of generally your reputation. Okay. Being a charity, the reputation is vital to ensure that it has access to various kind of supports from different stakeholders. Okay, now a poor reputation can mean withdrawal of donation. Now we read in the newspaper article where it was reported that the council may reconsider its funding to NCCP if, I need to use back, if its agenda is not consistent with its priority. Okay, if NCCP's agenda is not consistent with its priority. All right, now NCCP has been having a good reputation. Now if you remember, we said this before. When it comes to integrated reporting, right, the word reputation or branding, it's a form of social relationship capital. Remember or not? Now this is a form of social and relationship capital from the perspective of integrated reporting. You can go in and put it in to just let them understand that we see this as a form of capital. So NCCP has been having a good reputation, as it was reported that NCCP used to be, now I can copy because I'm quoting, so this is okay. Okay, so used to be well respected. Okay, it was, I'm saying it was reported. Okay, now however, this reputation seems to be compromised with, now that's why if we don't read all the exhibit, right, we will not be able to relate, right? So compromise with the idea that Philip Allen wanted to launch art courses at premium prices. Now in the event that the goodwill of NCCP is destroyed, it will generally cause a decline of donation across all donors. Now that is your advantage. Okay, your advantage that comes from the reputation. You follow or not? Okay. Sorry, we're back to the participant again. All right, now we talk about the courses that must be able to fit into the needs of the people. So we can see that some of the courses are already full. Okay, and some of the courses that are full In fact, they are generating surplus, okay, like finding a job, and also uh, it's not costing you money because it's by volunteer. Okay, okay, so now the fourth advantage is the nature of courses. Okay, NCCP is offering a range of courses for various reasons. Okay, now there are courses that are in high demand, like website design and finding a job. Okay, now this is due to the fact there are no seats available, so it's already like fully sold out. Okay, it's already like fully sold out. Okay, now there will be a good demand when NCCP are able to offer courses of this nature and concurrently fit into its value to help the marginalized society of North Civil community to gain jobs. Now, this will enhance its reputation, which it did in the past. So everything is tying back together because of what you're doing, that the nature of the courses. Okay, now also due to the fact that these courses are able to give back to society, the volunteers are motivated to come in and teach courses like finding a job, which translated into surplus to NCCP. Now, this is another source of advantage. Okay, now, but again, we see a threat to NCCP when the new CEO proposed new course that may not be consistent with this objective. Now, art courses are not inclined towards helping employability. So we know that definitely this is not what they are meant for. They are also targeting the wealthy groups than the existing marginalized people. Okay, so the nature of the courses are another issues that we are seeing. Okay, and they will start to offer these two courses, and they say that they will run into premium prices, and then they will charge more, hoping that these courses will bring in more revenue in the future. But so far we don't see anything that did mention about that, right? So if you don't have anything that mention about what kind of pricing, so how would you be able to identify if there is an abuse? Can you see or not? Okay, so let's look at the pricing issue as your last advantage. Okay, now the subsidized courses are the reason why NCCP is able to get participant, and in turn to fulfill its mission to help those who needed the help. Now, however, when the premium art courses would be offered, a different group of participants would be attracted. And what if these wealthier individuals also sign up for subsidized courses, like for example let's say website design, because maybe they don't know website design, they want website design. Okay, now, and this can deprive further those who are in need, since there is already no places available, and yet there will be competition from participants who abuse the subsidy scheme. Now, so that will be the issue that we are seeing. They don't have a pricing structure. Okay, so NCCP does not seem to have a proper pricing mechanism that is able to segment them appropriately. Okay, we talk about segmentation, all right, or differentiation. Like some colleges, what they do is, if you understand, they set prices very high, but then they have scholarship. So those who need will go through their scholarship, so that through the scholarships you will be able to identify. Now, so that will be the pricing mechanism. Now, indirectly, if we look at the sources of their competitive advantage, you realize that we can actually lump them in this manner. We can actually summarize it by saying your funding, your volunteer, your reputation, your courses are all tied together consistently with what you believe in. You get money from people who want to help, then you help people who need help, and then the volunteers comes in. But if all of a sudden, if you start to run these premium courses, you are clashing with your identity. Now, I don't think you need to go into that, but if you can go into that, then it will be excellent. So I'm just going to put a last part as one of the sum up conclusion, to sum up or to conclude. I don't know if you realize that from management point of view, we can actually relate to what we call Porter generic strategy. Do you remember that? Porter generic strategy. That means either you go upscale to be differentiator, that means you go for a differentiation strategy, or you go down to be a cost leader. I mean, according to Porter lah, this is the generic strategy. Where do you want to be? Do you want to be seen up there, or do you want to be at the bottom? Now, he said that the problem is when you're stuck in the middle. Stuck in the middle in a sense like you appear to people, you want to be cheap, but you want to be good, and then we start to get very confused of what you are. Okay, so this is where NCCP can be caught in the stuck in the middle situation. Okay, so that is the risk lah. Now I leave it to you whether you want to include that in or not to include that in, because I've got enough points to highlight this over here. Okay, now see, all the points that we've come in part B does not require any specific studies or any topic in your SBL. You just got to go in and understand and answer according to what they want. Okay, Okay, so we finish off with one part of the report. All right. Now, second part of the requirement is actually the risk management. So this is where they go on and say the CEO is concerned that the executive board is not proactive in managing risk and implementing control. So now he say he wants you to evaluate their approach to risk management, and then they want you to recommend how you improve the approach. Okay. Now, then part B, they say identify the external stakeholders that will have interest in your internal control. So there's two different parts here. Now, they are both 12 marks and 12 marks lah. Okay. So we're looking at, again, the number of points, like up to 6 points divided across evaluation of approach and recommendation. So it's like you can cover a few points in the approach, you cover a few points in the recommendation. That should be good enough. Okay. But in order to do that, we need to read the exhibit, the last exhibit that I skipped, that I didn't read lah. I skipped this because I know very well that this is to do with the risk management, so that's why I did not come here. Okay. Okay. What is this? It's given here. From the operations director, and it's written to Philip, the CEO. It's about the board's approach to risk management. It was dated in the month of May, so it was something that happened already. Now it's the month of June already, right? Okay, following our conversation about risk management, I have put together some notes about NCCP's risk management. Now remember, your recommendation suggests that you're supposed to look at their shortcoming, something not right about them. Okay. Now the executive board has always been reluctant to get involved directly in risk management. Now don't you see the first line itself seems to tell me that there's a problem? It's a problem of what? It's a problems of their culture, right? Remember, now I will do a revision later on about the risk management process again, but let's read this. Okay, instead, the operational staff are expected to deal with risks as they arise. What do you mean by deal with risks as they arise? Okay, let me go to my scratch pad. Okay, task 2. Now they say they refuse to get involved. Now that's an attitude issue. Okay, and then they pass it to the operational level. Now then they only deal with risks as they occur. It's very reactive. Using their experience where appropriate. So if they got no experience, then how are they going to deal? So that suggests that they have a very limited way of responding to risk. Now, however, in 20X4, that means a year ago, the Board of Trustees formally instructed us to prepare a risk register for NCCP. Now, this was the first time that we had undertaken such an exercise. Now, it's really not a bad thing because it shows that the board is taking a more visible steps to show to the people that we're serious about risk management. So they say that I want you all to have a risk register now. And this is the first time that they're doing it. Okay, so suggesting that they're trying to make things formal. So formally, now they have a risk register. Okay. In response, we arranged an all-day meeting, generated a list of all the potential risks that NCCP face, and all the risks are categorized into strategic, operational, financial, legal were considered, and where appropriate, the key operational member staff were consulted. So they made that as a one-day event. Now, the activity generated a list of over 150 risks. The risks were then allocated to different board members. Now, in line with the trustees' instruction, all the risks were then recorded in the risk registers. The board members were responsible for deciding an appropriate action and implementing them prior to the next scheduled board meeting, which will be 2 weeks later. So a brief extract of the completed risk register. It's just an extract, like they say, the risk, the detail, who is responsible, the action, and the action implemented. Now, ask yourself, okay? Ask yourself, when we study risk management, how should a risk register looks like? Then ask yourself, do you see something missing here? Because that will be then something that you're going to use to comment about the approach, right? Like typically, what do we say about risk registers? Now, the most important thing about risk registers is the measurement of the risk, right? The impact and the likelihood is so important, but it seems like it's not even here. The risk registers did not identify the date, because the date is very important for us to know when was the risk reviewed, whether the risk is still relevant, do you need to review them again. Now, you tell me that the risks are being categorized into strategic, operational, and so on, but I don't seem to be able to see any of that information in the risk register. They are just telling me loss of council funding, then they will lose when they don't meet the conditions. The operations director is responsible, and then they will review the criteria, and then the council funding criteria is reviewed, and then everything is compliant. Now, that is the problem. The risk register seems to be inadequate. The completed risk registers, which include relevant actions, was then signed off by the executive board and presented to the trustee. Now, at the trustee's request, the board has agreed to consider repeating this process at some point in the future. What do you mean by some point in the future? It's vague, right? It's like the next 5 years or the next 3 years or what? Now, and isn't risk management supposed to be an ongoing process? So it tells me so much that whatever they're doing here is not truly a correct attitude in managing risks. Okay, then they go on with cybersecurity. I think this relates to the last questions on project management. Now, in our conversation, you also referred to the recent news report about a large organization which have been victims of cyber attacks. Now, although I take your point that hackers could inflict considerable damage, NCCP's small size and charitable status mean that it is highly unlikely to become a victim. Now, I think the statement seems to be a bit understating, right? Do you think that because you're small, you will not be a victim? Okay. Now, nevertheless, I put cybersecurity control in place in 20X4 following the risk registers exercise above. So the systems can only be accessed by a member of staff with a valid password. There is now a robust process in place to ensure that member of staff are only given access to the parts of the systems they need, and the password for staff who are leaving are revoked on their final day. So I hope that this clarifies our position now, and that's basically the email from Tom to the CEO. Now, there's a comment about cybersecurities that they've put here that we will address this later on. Okay. Now, how would you approach this question? Now, if you don't have a theory in mind, then your answer may be going everywhere. Okay, so it will be nice to have a framework when it comes to looking at an approach. Now, I would like to take this to quickly run through the basic idea on risk management. Now, you see, when we talk about risk management system, we suggest very clearly that there are a couple of components, right? Now, I told you before that we don't really need to go with the ERM model, because the ERM model is a bit more overrated lah, for purpose of your exam. It's too much, okay? But you must have the basic model, okay? Now, like for instance, we always start with the internal environment. Remember? We say that the culture that will be needed to support risk management must be there. And this is where we look at embeddedness of your risk awareness into the culture of the employee. So that was the theory that we studied together. How that you embed, what is risk awareness? Risk awareness is knowledge about risk. Now, and when I look at that, I can already see that when it comes to this point, they mentioned that the staff will only deal with risk according to their experience, which may suggest to me that the staff may not have the right experience over certain things, right? Okay. Now, then we need a risk identification process where the risk will have to be identified, discussed, and recorded. Now, the whole process talks about how do you identify risk. Now, and if you remember, we talk about something very systematic called risk audit. So the conduct of a risk audit will help us to take a more formal way to identify the risk that the organization is facing. And obviously the risk audit has to be a more regular exercise, which we have a time frame, right? We will say like, okay, let's do this once a year, for example. So we have a time frame. But the question tells me that you don't have a time frame. You don't even know when you're supposed to do it until the trustee instructed you. Okay? So the risk identification issue. Now, then obviously risks that you have identified, you will have to record them. It will be recorded in a risk register. And in the recording of the risk registers, we discuss a lot of concepts and element, okay? Like how risks are correlated, all that are actually important. But again, apparently that it was not identified in your risk registers. You don't even see the correlation of risks. For instance, how would your reputation risk and funding risk be correlated? It was not mentioned. Now, you know, you can go very much on there if you want to. You really have so much that you can say in this part because of the depth of where the questions can go into. Now, then the risk assessment process, where the quantification of risk comes in. What do you mean by impact? And what do you mean by likelihood? And what we do in the risk assessments is we talk about the concept of environment dynamics. If you have a static versus dynamic environment, how would your attitude be when it comes to the assessment of risk? Okay. Now that assessment of risk will result in a risk map to be created, and that risk mapping will then be able to let us look at our risk portfolio. If you remember, I show you that or you call it a heat map, how you will draw a diagram and then how you will put in all the risks that you have in your organization, and you can then see to what extent the risks are being concentrated. So if your risks are being concentrated on high impact, high probability, your organization is very dangerous. So that's where the risk assessment will have to come in. Okay. Now then finally we talk about the way you respond to risk, which we talk about TARA, right? That we say you can consider, transfer, accept, reduce, and avoid your risk. Now, one of the key consideration, I'm not saying the only consideration, is the impact and the likelihood when it comes to deciding what response strategy that you want to use. For example, we say risks that their impact and their likelihood are very high, we should avoid it. Okay, so you remember we draw a diagram on that. Again, my purpose is to remind you that whenever you have high impact but low probability, the logic is you should aim to reduce the impact, and the way to reduce the impact is you transfer the risk, move the risk away to some other people. Okay, now and then if you have those risks that they are high probability but they have low impact, then you should reduce the probability of the risk occurring. So you want to cut down the chance that the risk will repeat, right? So what do you do in that sense? You should reduce the risk. So that's the more specific one, because accepting risk and avoiding risk is very clear cut. Okay, now so with this in mind, this understanding in mind, you then have to set back again to your storyline just now and ask yourself, what is not right here, and how do you suggest them to improve? Now the marks given is only 12 marks, but based on what I've just explained to you, you can see that there's so much more you can write now, right? Okay, so this is the part to do with task 2. Okay, now okay, I'm very well aware of the time, but what I intend to do is, okay, before I'm going to go off for y'all to take another lunch break, the time is just like so fast, right? Okay, I want to share something with you so that since I just want to take a break, we can't do much, so I'm going to share something with you, which is the examiner's general comment. Okay, you can look at the screen now. Just look at the screen. Now you see after the suggested answer, I will ask you to read through the answer again, because my answers and the examiner's answers will not 100% be the same, because we are different individuals, so we write differently. So you just read more answer to get better idea of how you can have a different writing style. Okay, but what I want to highlight to you is the examiner's report about what the examiner said. Okay, I want you to pay attention to this. One, examiner concluded that in June 2021 is one of the worst exam performance so far. One of the main thing that has been different is probably because it's CBE. So clearly some students are not very well prepared for it. Okay, now they say that candidate must spend sufficient time reading and assimilating information. That means you must apply the information from the case study. Now the example given by the examiner is like, say for example in exhibit number 3, they mention about the cash reserve, and many candidates ignore this when they answer question 3B, that they forgot to mention that you need to use up about 42% of your cash reserve, and that is what examiner is usually very concerned. That's why every time when I write the answer, I stress to you, go back to the case, pick up something from the case so that you can quote it in the answer. Okay, now they also says like exhibit 3 provided information on the condition, like the council say you must have business skill, but many candidate never mentioned that. So it shows that when you read, you didn't read properly. Now one of the reason that you will come to this problem is when you don't read all the exhibit. That's why you miss out certain point in the answer. So that's the reason why I would suggest that you read in one go and then you plan. Now I didn't do it here is because the way we manage our time. Okay, now candidates should read exhibit while keeping the requirement of questions in mind, as this will help them to identify which task will be drawn to the material in which exhibit. So how do you pair them up together? Okay, okay, now this is some warning. Merely reproducing material without any comment or developing point has no mark. Okay, and in fact, examiners say that a number of candidates take computer exam, they cut and paste from the exhibit into the answer without adding anything. Now, they say this is especially when they ask to assess the stakeholder. So they just copy and paste from the case. Now, you see, that's the problem. So how many times I've been highlighting to you, don't do that. I didn't copy and paste. I just copy and paste when I need to do quotation. Okay. Now, this is one of those main point that you're looking at. Okay. Now, they say that when you go for exam, it will be useful to copy and paste the task requirement, which is what I've shown you just now. We copy and paste the task like this. So I will recommend you to do that to show to the examiner that you're following his instruction. Okay. Okay. Now, in most cases, candidates answer questions in order. Now, they say even if they don't penalize you, but they recommend you to follow requirements in order. Now, they say if the questions may have timeline, then you have to do it. Now, say these questions didn't follow a timeline, that's why it's okay. All right. Okay. The final bit here is they say generally they fail because they lack analysis, they're not raising important points. So all these are the general issues that they are having. Now, in terms of the technical marks, they suggested to you what are the things that you have to do. Okay. Now, examiner normally say we give you 2 marks for one well-developed point. Okay. Now, so don't forget to elaborate. If you don't elaborate, you will never get 2 marks. All right. Now, they say weaker candidates will just repeat the case material. For example, they fail to evaluate the board's approach. They just state what the board were doing with no evaluation. Now, then they have no marks at all. So please don't go in and start copy and paste. It's useless. Okay. So at the end of the day, it's the way how you take the point and explain and justify. Can you follow that? Now, that's all you need to do to pass the exam. Okay. Now, so I just want to highlight this general comment for you so that you roughly know how examiner expect you to do for the answer. Okay. Now, I've not started the answer yet, but I'm going to give you a break for lunch. Okay. For those of you who are in front of the screen watching it online, I think if you're okay, you're fresh, you want to continue, you just continue with the study lah. But if not, then you can take a break as well. But I won't stop the recording. You just pause your own video and then you come back after your break and continue. Okay. So thank you very much, guys. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back to all of you, including those of you who are now online. Right, we're supposed to continue with the question on the risk management part. All right, now, so assuming that we've understood what it takes to set up your risk management system, then we have to ask ourselves which part of it that is lacking. Okay. Now, I would want to comment from all the angle that we see here that can possibly fit into your answer. Okay. Obviously, I would say that. Okay, I would say that their internal environment is not there. Okay, which part that we can see that the internal environment is not there? You can see how they have started by saying that it was never the culture of the charity to get involved in risk management. So that itself is pointing to tell me that they never had an environment to take up risk management seriously. But the fact that they are willing to even get started is a good point. They illustrated to me that they have put in the first effort to do risk identification. But of course, the process of how the risks are being identified also suggested to me that it seems to be not very well done. Okay, first, you can see that they mentioned this is a one-day exercise. To me, will it be even adequate for you to actually record the risks of an organization through a one-day exercise? There's always a possibility that the risk could be forgotten. So what is important is to have a more continuous process, including the reporting of risk, and that this will actually be captured. Okay, not only that, the process of the risks that they've identified does not seem to go through a proper assessment, because they actually highlight to me that they will allocate 150 risks to different board members. We obviously know that there are only 4 board members in the charity, right? I mean, if I go back to, yep, you have 1 CEO, you have 3 directors. So which suggests to me you're talking about here you're talking about each of the board members will have to take on, let me take a simple math, 150 divided by 4. Each board member will have to take on 37 risk. And if you're talking about a one-day exercise, that means you're looking at let's say you're having 8-hour working day. You divide by the 37 risk, we are looking at spending 10 minutes for each of the risk. That it will basically mean that eventually you will not be very thorough in considering all the risks that you're facing. So that's the point that I would say in terms of their assessment. Now, there are many things that are supposed to be in the risk registers are not there, which I already identify, as I explained to you just now before we take a break. Okay, now so I will put that into the answer as well. Now then looks like the response that they are doing does not seems to be a response that is sufficient, because they are just suggesting, like for example, the loss of a council. Now the losing of a council could be, council funding could be a very high impact, and because that the risk that the council will change their conditions is every year, the likelihood of them not complying can be very high. So in that case, I think the action is just not enough. Makes sense, right? Now you see, if you have got an idea of risk management process and you use that as a backdrop against this case study, it will be easier for your answers to be developed. You see that? Now I'm not saying that you will not be able to get your answers without that. You will still be able to highlight the obvious point, so it will not really fail a student. I mean, I'm very sure that you will see the fact that when they say they're reluctant, you see that as a problem, right? When they say that, for example, they do it for the first time, and then they mention about they will meet again sometime in the future. I think you can pick up, like, the words used hint to you that something is not right. But just that if I give you an approach, I believe it will be so much easier for the answers to be prepared lah. Okay, Okay, so shall we look into how I would prepare the answer? Okay, now is there any special formatting for part B? Okay, so sorry, part B A. Okay, I'm gonna put task 2 here, and then I'll put answers to task 2. Okay, they're asking for a briefing notes for the CEO. Okay, you will realize that briefing notes does not have a format. You don't have to, from, nothing. Okay, so it's going to be a straightforward essay of answer. Okay, but because it's a briefing note, you should avoid writing in one long paragraph lah. Meaning you will not be able to give to your marker or your examiner so-called a presentation that we can see that you're dealing it with many points. Okay, sometimes you are wondering, like, is it okay to present them as a point? What I'm saying as a point is you still need full answer, not summary point, but it's alright. Okay, now that means, for example, if you are looking at your presentation to be in this way, okay, let me start all over again. Now if you put this as a briefing note, and then you start off by saying evaluating the existing approach to risk management. Now then you start off with point, and then after that the second point, the third point. Can you do that? Yes, it's acceptable. Okay, so long that you don't write everything as one long paragraph. Okay, if you say, what do you mean by one long paragraph? Now I'm going to show you. Let's say let's say this is your answer. Okay, then you come here, you write like that, and then the whole thing will be just like that. So if your answer is like, oh yo, I mean if you just look at this, honestly, how do you find an answers that's like that? You really hate that kind of answers. Like, you'll be wondering, like, how am I going to read compared to something like this, right? I hope you understand the importance of presentation, because the markers need to mark your answers in very little time allocated. So please take note of that. Okay, so let's look at the existing approach. All right, okay, first we it is glad to notice that the executive board has responded to the trustees' desire to formally have a risk management system for NCCP, although there are much rooms for improvement. Now I try not to write in a manner that you criticize so much lah. You know, you're supposed to give an answer on behalf of this for the CEO to see. So you know, when we talk, even though something is not good, we will not use that kind of tone to like really hit on you. We don't try to do that, but we're trying to write it in such a soft manner to tell you that, you know, you can improve. You know, there's so much different when you tell it's a lousy job compared with there are rooms for improvement. You get what I mean, right? This is what I mean by the tone. Okay, So although there are much room for improvement, now several weaknesses are noted and would be highlighted in this briefing note. Okay, so what are the weaknesses? Now the first issues that I would say is the lack of culture. Okay, so weak. Okay, if you want to use heading, go ahead. All right, like for example, I would again just use indentation. A weak culture in terms of the risk management systems. Okay, now what we are seeing here is now a sound risk management system requires the support of the executive board, which in the case of NCCP is lacking. Okay, the executive board itself admitted their reluctance to get directly involved in risk management. Now this can send a signal to the rest of the staff that risk management is not critical in NCCP, and therefore dampen the capability to set up a sound and effective risk management system. So the culture itself is weak. Okay, now and we can see therefore it is noted that the formal establishment of a risk register is purely in direct response to the demand of the board of trustees. Okay, so that's the first thing that we see in terms of the weak culture. All right, now then the risk identification. Okay, so bear in mind the questions only come with 12 marks. Okay, if you're gonna put in all the point, then you have to really ask yourself how much do you want to write, because like I said, you might just want to concentrate with 3 so that it will just fit into the 12 marks. Now if you only want to talk about 3, then you will have to ask yourself which 3 that you want to pick it up so that your answers will appear well balanced. Okay, now but as far as the discussion is concerned, I will try to put in all the possible answers for you so that you can pick it up as part of the learning. Okay, now it is commendable. I mean, you find that you should praise that NCCP began with risk identification and was able to identify a huge list of 150 risks. Okay, now however this process, which seem to be a one-off exercise, may not be adequate, since risk tends to change over time. There could be new risks emerging, and NCCP could have missed it. Okay, now also upon completion of this risk register, it appeared that executive board felt that the job is done. Now they do agree that there should be another risk review and identification, but without a clarity of when that this would happen. It is a clear lack of commitment from their end. So again, they have a problem in the identification from all this manner, right? Now the risk register itself, it's an issue. Now the extract of the risk register indicated that many important information about risk are missing, and this would render the risk registers to be less useful. Okay, noticeably, information like the assess risk impact and likelihood are not there. Okay, the classification of risk has been omitted. There is no indication of when the risk register was last updated, presumably because this is the first time that they're doing it, so probably they didn't realize that there is a necessity for them to do so. So there was no date. Okay, and so that there is no way any users can tell if the risk register is up to date or not. Now information like how risks are being correlated are also very important. Okay, information like how risks correlate are also important in allowing effective risk management, like how for example, your reputation risk can correlate to the loss of funding risk. Now all these are supposed to be in the risk registers, but it's not there, obviously. Okay, if you want to separate them into the assessment, then you can go on and talk about the assessment if you want. If you find that when you talk about risk registers, you already mentioned about the impact and the likelihood, then you can say maybe if I want, I will lump them together. So I leave it to you. Okay, especially when you only have 12 marks in this case, you may not have the luxury to write so much, right? Okay, then the risk response. Okay, it is apparent that the actions recorded in the risk register may be a result of a rush job with lack of careful consideration of the assessed risk. Now it is understandable that with about 150 risks identified to be shared among 4 executive directors, where this has to be completed within a day, the work will not be up to the required standards for its actual use. Okay, so I don't think you will disagree with the fact that it's going to be a rush job. Okay, now therefore we can see that's why the extract revealed in the inadequacy of the risk responses. Now, like the council funding is dependent on the capability of NCCP meeting the council's condition. Okay, now these conditions are said to change year by year, so merely by reviewing the criteria and confirming that NCCP is compliant is just not enough to manage with such significant risk. Bear in mind that withdrawal of the council funding means, now remember we calculated just now was 30, how many percent? Where is it just now? %31%. Okay, it will be a 31% drop in the income. Okay, so that's what I intend to do as part of criticizing. So this is how I would put it as a briefing note. So briefing note does not really have a format. You understand? So I would just suggest that you can just use indentation to tell the marker that this is 1 point, 1 point, 1 point. Okay, that's the existing approach, and now we are moving into the recommendation. Okay, the recommendation. Now, how do you recommend? So obviously the recommendations must cater with the problems up there, right? So that you can give an appropriate response to how you're going to solve the issue. Now, how do you want to improve the culture? Okay, now, so I would suggest like embedding risk awareness. Okay, now it is important for the executive board to see and agree to the importance of risk management. They must willingly take up the responsibility to lead in managing risks rather than doing it for the sake of complying with trustees' instruction. Okay, now if you're just doing that, you're just merely doing what we call a box ticking approach, right? So that's why how would you suggest that they can have this embeddedness? Now the first thing is we got to train them up so that they will understand. Okay, now one way to begin with is to provide training and educate the executive board about the importance of risk management. Okay, now relate to them how an effective and sound risk management system is beneficial to both NCCP and themselves. Okay, now for instance, any significant risk that is capable to cause NCCP to cease to exist directly mean a loss of career to them. Now, you know, it's like to tell them that you have to understand why this is important. So what is exactly my solution? Now, my solution is to provide training and education. But my elaboration is to allow that to let them understand why that risk management is important. And what am I responding to? I'm responding to my criticism that they don't really want to get involved in risk management. Now, sometimes people don't want to get involved is also because they are not very good with something. So they don't feel like involved in something that they're not good. So training can be a way to bridge the skill gap. Okay. Okay, now the risk identification. So since we know that the risk has to be more regularly identified, we can propose a way. Okay, now a schedule has to be agreed and committed on to allow a periodical risk identification process to be carried out. Now, a risk audit can be a good way out here. Okay. Now, NCCP may consider appointing external risk auditor to conduct a systematic risk audit on a periodical basis. Okay, now how often this should be done? Now, I don't want to jump into a conclusion to say that it must be on a yearly basis or twice, once every 2 years or what, because at the end of the day, it all depends on your circumstances. So here, I would want to relate that I do know that the frequency will depend on the environment. So how often this should be done depends on how dynamic the environment that NCCP operates in. Okay, how dynamic is the environment that NCCP operates in, where the need to review increases when environment is more volatile. Okay, now this is the thing that I'm going to suggest about the risk identification. So I bring in the concept of risk audit. Okay, now another thing that we should take note is it is also important to recognize that risks emerge on a continuous basis and therefore should also be identified in the same manner. So you have a continuous risk. Risk don't just come once a while. Risk comes always. So that's why the risk should also be identified in the same manner. So one way is to come up with a reporting system. Okay, so the executive board should implement a risk reporting mechanism so that operational members can report any significant risk encountered during their daily activities. So this is my recommendation in terms of how you want the risk to be identified. Okay, now if you want to go on and talk about the risk registers, then by all means you can highlight about what are those informations that has been omitted. But if you think that this has already been covered on top, maybe you might not want to go too much, but it's really up to you. Okay, now so I'm going to add it in together, the risk assessment. Now risk identified must be measured based on its impact and probability. Okay, now this may require a careful consideration rather than a rush job like what was done previously. Okay, so perhaps more time shall be devoted for this exercise. Okay, now important justification must be set so that they can be assessed appropriately. Now for instance, the impact of the risk can be categorized based on the percentage over NCCP's maybe income or donation, for example. Okay, like anything that is capable to cause a 10% reduction in net income can be said to be high impact. Now I'm just giving an example of how they should do it. Okay, now it's also good, it is also necessary for this assessed risk to be presented in a risk map or a heat map so that the board of trustees can monitor the risk portfolio of the charity. Okay, now again, what I mean, like for example, over concentration of risks at high impact and high probability will mean that NCCP is at risk of not surviving. Okay, so or a risk of not going concern. All right, you can use word like that. Okay, so these are example of things that I would suggest. So you see, even by that my answers is already more than what is needed for the 12 marks. Okay, if you think it's enough, then you stop lah, but try to give an answers that is more balanced so that you don't concentrate too much on the problems and then insufficient recommendation. Okay, so remember I've shared with you before that one of the professional marks considerations is the balance of the answer. Okay, that's in terms of the risk response. Now finally, sorry, in risk assessment, finally, if you want to touch on the risk response, by all means you can go ahead and mention that. Like for example, how you find that the responses are being mentioned here were inadequate. But if you think that you've covered a little bit up there, that's fine. I think I'm going to stop here because my answers are more than enough lah. Okay, so I don't want to spend too much time onto something again and again. Okay, so we have done task 2 number 1. Okay, we have done task 2 number 1. So we should now go on to look at task 2 number 2, 2B. Okay, so this is answers to 2, oh sorry, I forgot to label it, answers to 2A. Okay, A, which talks about evaluation and risk management approach and the recommendations for improvement. Okay, so I need at least a heading. Okay, now B, right? It's concerning with the stakeholders interested with the internal control and the justification of whether or not that information should be shared. Okay, now so that will be part B. So the external stakeholders and the internal control information. All right, okay. Now what exactly is internal control information? It's really whatever kind of information that you have pertaining to the way how you implement your internal control systems. Okay, like what kind of checks that you have, what kind of controls that you've implemented. These can all be example of internal control information, or reports of your compliance, your activities. These can all be internal control information. Okay, the first thing that we would like to ask ourselves are, who are those people that will be very concerned with our internal control and our risk? Now, I remember when we answered this, I mentioned to you in exhibit number 3, okay, in exhibit number 3, see, they mentioned that the donors are keen on how the charity are being run, and then they also says that the council funding, they demonstrate controls to make use of the money provided. Okay, so this can be example of the external stakeholders that already mentioned in the case. Okay, now while internal control information may appear to be an internal information that is often not shared publicly, there would be a justification of certain information to be fed to specific parties outside NCCP. Some of these external stakeholders and their information needs are briefed below. Since they say it's a briefing note, so I just want to say it's briefed below. Okay, now one part is the council. Okay, the civil council. Now here, now the council is a key stakeholder as part of the funds provider to support the activities of NCCP. Okay, now I think we have mentioned enough that they take up about 31% of the money that you need. Okay, so that's why they're definitely one of their key stakeholders. Okay, now, and the council itself has expressed that funding is conditional, subject to NCCP's ability to comply with their conditions. Okay, now there's already things like they say. Okay, now some of those conditions may require further disclosure to the council in order for them to evaluate if NCCP has met okay, so some of those conditions may require further disclosures for them to have met them. Okay, now okay, for example, for instance, the council expressed their desire to know about internal controls where the funds would be appropriately utilized. Now, this may require reports to be furnished to the council to show the utilization of funds and measures that could prevent misuse of funds. Now, so that's an example of the external stakeholders, why they are interested. Okay, now you can go on and say that they have a valid reasons to be interested with this because they do not want the fund to be wasted, so that they want to see this before they want to continue to decide whether or not the money to come to you. Okay, now what is the justification that this should be given to them? Okay, now obviously, as the council, which often also a regulatory authority, may as a key stakeholder appropriate to demand such internal control information. Okay, now a main justification would be the failure on NCCP to provide can cause withdrawal of funding. Now that can be one of the major justification. Maybe if you want, I would suggest that this may go as a separate paragraph. Okay, so besides the council, who else that it's very obvious? Now, the very obvious one are like the donation, the people who donate. Okay, now again, we find that there are corporate donations, corporate donors, and personal donors. Okay, now again, these donors too have expressed keener interest on how charities are being run, especially after the negative press reporting on how charities misappropriated funds. Okay, now so the necessity of NCCP to provide them with the relevant information will be similar to the council to ensure that the donors will continue to donate to NCCP. Now, so we are looking at the same kind of reason, right? That we just want them to make sure that the money will come in. Okay. Now, the kind of information that they require could be more general than those of the council, because the council are looking at the compliance of their condition, whereas when you're a donors, you may not be so interested with that. You might be more general. So for example, you might want to have your accounting information. Okay, now this is where NCCP could look into publishing periodical reports, like how their funds are being used onto the charitable purposes and administration. Okay, now to a certain extent, to protect the confidentiality of the charity, they may not publish too much information in detail unless it is required by law. Okay, now, but they can improve reliability of these reports to have them attested. So that means you can get, you know, people like auditor to actually run through all these informations that you prepare, and then after that suggest that, yeah, the information is not wrong and stuff like that. Now, so that will be again the people that will be interested, and then the justification. Now the site is still with the donation, the money. Okay, so from the case study, I would say that there are two very obvious people that we can pick it up, but definitely it's not enough for our answers, right? Because if you look at the marks allocated, we've got another how many marks? Another 12 marks, you know. So there must be more stakeholders that you have to relate. Now, so now you have no choice but to think, to create out of your imagination. So it could be a very hypothetical way, but you have to now relate to some potential stakeholders that will be needing your information. Okay, so who are these potential stakeholders that I can think of? Now, I can definitely think of with the government authority. Now, this could be the regulatory body, okay, especially when it comes to like licensing, whether or not, because you're collecting donations from the public, you see. So I'm sure that I can think of the government side. Now, I can also think of the participants. When they want to join courses, they might have some kind of requirement over some kind of informations that you have, like for example personal data protection. Okay, now so I could try to relate to these people, that these are stakeholders that they might be very interested with my information. So let me start with the government authority. Okay, now it is fairly reasonable that NCCP has to comply with legislation set by the maybe the ruling government or whatever, in order for it to operate as a charity, especially when charity involve fundraising from public. So the government is expected to ensure that charitable activities are genuine and not a form of scam to get public donations for other purposes. Okay, now then it is therefore expected that charity like NCCP will have to provide to the legislator. Now maybe like example, the licensing department. We don't know what kind of department, so we just have to like come up with some more likely answers, like maybe the licensing department, the necessary returns as mandated by the law. Okay, now it is quite reasonable to expect that this return will comprise of like financial information which may be needed for tax exemption processing. You know, I'm just trying to come up with possibilities like what kind of informations that they want. Okay, so probably they might need financial informations which is more for tax exemption processing. Okay, now and also probably governance reports to assess how NCCP is managed in a manner that funds would not be, okay, don't say would not, in a manner that the risk of mismanagement of charity and misuse of funds, charity or misuse of funds are reasonably low. Okay, now so that will be the need of the government. Okay, now it is therefore justified, okay, it is justified for NCCP to comply, since they are the authority that has basically passed the legislation. Okay, that failure to comply is basically breaking the law. You don't have a choice not to do it, right? So that is my justification, that it is something that you have to do it. Now council is about funding. It's a different thing. The government is the one that set the law. You still have to comply with the law even if you don't have the funding. You understand? It's two different things. So do understand that these are different stakeholders that potentially want some information. Okay, the last one is obviously the participant. Okay, now these are people who enroll into courses offered by NCCP. Now they pay for the courses and they are not donors, therefore they would most likely be uninterested with how NCCP utilize their funds. Now rather they would be concerned with internal controls that pertain to their personal interests. Now for example, okay, they might want to know how NCCP would protect and process their personal data. Okay, now again, this is subject to your Personal Data Protection Act lah, but then still they want to know how that their personal data will be processed. Now the incident where other charities exposed to cyber security risks, where information leak to unauthorized parties would be a great concern to justify their basis to require certain internal control information from NCCP. Now, because of what has happened, it become valid for these people to want to know. Now, but they don't really like need to know, for example, in much detail, but they have the rights. Okay. Now, being the data a subject, okay, being the data subject, these is just some terms that we use in data protection. So being the data subject, they have certain rights over the data that concerns them. Now, for example, they have rights to know if their data is still kept by NCCP, even though it's no longer relevant to their needs. They can demand from NCCP such information. Now, it's a justification. It's not like you have a choice. It's part of the law. Okay. Now, it is also fairly reasonable for NCCP to publish information like its internal control processes regarding how these data are being processed, secured, maintained, and eventually destroyed. Now, all these information concerns internal control. So I could reasonably say that the participants might be one of the interested party. Now, so these two are from the exhibit, but these two can only be, you think of it yourself. Okay, you have to really like ask yourself, who are the other people that might be interested. Now, remember, it must be external stakeholder. So whatever you write, the answers must focus on external side. Okay, so that would complete question 2. All right, that highlight on the risk management and also on the internal control information. Now, other than the first part, which is risk management, which is more theoretical, that you really need to know a framework, even the second part of the questions does not really require that. Okay, task 3. Now, I think task 3 is one of the easier part that most students will love to do. Now, I want to point out that this is one exam that does not require student to do a slide, even though you know that there is a slide response bar. You're seeing now this is a slide response bar. Actually, a slide response bar is the same as the word processor, except the space is smaller only. So they are not giving you a PowerPoint space here, but you just use this to come up with some of the key points. So if you think you want to draw a slide, that's the only difference. Okay. Now, but this time the question does not have a slide requirement, and this time the question does not involve very comprehensive analysis of figures, because the figures that they've given us is not much. Okay. Now, but still you can make use of your Excel. Okay, you can make use of your Excel, where the numbers can go in for the analysis purpose. Now, I want to take whatever opportunity I have to show you how we can do it. Okay, so in that case, let's ask ourselves, like, when we want to evaluate the viability of the current courses and also the new courses, okay, what are the things or the informations that we might want to bring in as part of the analysis? Okay, Now, I think in order to look at the viability of your courses, we will need this part of the information. Okay. Okay, now what kind of information that, by the way, if you're wondering if you can copy this into the spreadsheet, let me show you what will happen. It will be like that. So no point trying to copy in, okay, unless you're just trying to look at it one by one, okay. Okay, let's look at example, the increase in the courses and the drop in the courses, okay. Now, we can see that generally that the trend shows that certain courses are going up, certain courses are going down, which is quite obvious, okay? Okay, but if we make a comparison, like 2000x3 and 2000x5, okay? Now, the computers for beginners, website, finding a job, and business skill. Okay, business skill, it's something that it wasn't there in 2000x3. So 1008, 1001, okay. Now, if I would just look at the change and the percentage change, so I would just take a formula like take this minus this, then you can just drag, it will autofill, and then the percentage change will be take the change, divide by the original base, and then you multiply it with 100. Okay, maybe I will just put it as percentage so I don't have to multiply. Now, so there's a drop by 39%. There's an increase by 25, and there's a drop by 3. Now, for business skills, it's based on 2000x4. Okay, 2000x4 and 2000x5. 420 and 300. Now, so I've got some kind of analysis lah, okay, some kind of analysis that might help me in the evaluation. All right. Now, do understand, they are asking you the viability of the range of the courses. They're not asking you to talk about generally whether they are profitable or not profitable. You're a charity. You're not here to make profit. Okay. Now, so this itself could help me with some analysis already. Okay. Task 3. A. Now, again, you're asked to prepare a report, right? So do come up with a report. And who are you addressing to? This is to the CEO. The CEO has a name, you know. It's called Philip Allen. Okay, and again, you're a consultant, right? You're a consultant. And then the subject will be the viability of the present range of courses and also the proposed cost. Just to come up with the subject, and then you have a date. Now, again, the date will be something that is based on the scenario. So the questions did not specify exactly when are you, so you can still stick on with the same kind of date. Like if let's say up there, for example, we have used 20th of June, then logically you can stay on like 20th of June to show that it's more or less around the same time. Okay, okay, the first part is to comment. Okay, now this report would address the following matters. So the first matter, the viability of the present range of courses. Okay, how many range of courses that we have? Okay, let's go back to our exhibit. Now, if you measure the total number of courses in 2000 X4 and 2000 X5 or 2000 X3 to 2000 X5, you can see that the number of courses has gone up. Okay, the trend in the total number of courses, 1006. Now, if you are just looking at the overall growth, you can see, like, for example, the different versus 2000 X5. Now, if you take X5 minus X3, so the percentage increase will be here over this. Okay, now we can see some trend there, right? That it's actually going up. So if you want to start with that, you can begin with some commenting with the numbers. Okay, now you probably say like, do I really have to come here and do an Excel? Now I think it's better to have some kind of calculations in the Excel so that you can show the examiner that this is what you've done. So maybe I can call it Appendix 1. Okay, now this report would address the following matters. Okay, now the NCCP has witnessed an uptrend in the courses take-up rate. Now, as per Appendix 1 in the spreadsheet, please refer like that so we know that you're referring to the spreadsheet. There was a 7% increase against the courses offered in 2000 X4 and a 10% if compared to the number of courses offered in X3. Sorry, for 2000 X5, there was a 7. Now, the increase in the signed up would itself an indicator that NCCP is offering courses that the community wanted or needed. That's why the take-up rate is going up. I think that makes sense, right? Okay, that's quite obvious. Okay, what about in the individual range? Now, in terms of individual courses offered within the range of 4 courses, we saw a mixture of trend. Okay, now the computers for beginners course reported a massive downtrend with a 39% drop as opposed to the number of registrants in 2000 X3. Now, I think this is quite noticeable or quite understandable for the sake that the courses has not changed. Okay, now this would suggest that the course itself is not viable, most likely due to the out of date course content, where NCCP reported that it was the same as how it was launched 20 years ago. Now, the nature of IT and computing being fast changing would mean that the course content could be irrelevant to the needs of the people. Now, so that's the viability of this product. So we just talked about the computer course, right? Okay, now the website design and finding a job are both fully taken up. Now, I remember this information was mentioned when we started this here, right? See? That there are no places available, there are no places available, okay? Now, in fact, if you look at the spreadsheet again, this is the one that they see a huge increase in the website. And then finding a job is, although it's a drop, but it has maintained more or less the same, okay? Now, so for website design, a tremendous increase of 25% from 2000 X3 to 2000 X5 was recorded. Now, this clearly indicated that NCCP offered something that is highly demanded by the people. Okay, now if you go back to the performance, now we still see that website design is highly subsidized. Okay, well that's because it's clearly something that people needed. Okay, now as website design courses are run by paid staff, there would be a subsidy element, but maintained at the same level of $10 per person. Let's go, okay, per course booking lah, okay, per booking. Now, therefore, the change in the numbers of registrants do not have an impact over NCCP's cost structure. Now, this would suggest that NCCP is delivering the mission of the charity. But I will not just continue lah, because you know what I'm gonna do. I will just continue to say that what is the mission. You can copy and paste again now, but it suggests that you're truly doing what you say. You subsidize and you offer something that they need that can help them in getting a job. Okay, so that's in terms of website design. Okay, now finding a job courses had remained around the same level of registrants in the range of 5,000 to 5,006. Okay, now I wouldn't say that there is a major issue. Okay, now that this could possibly suggest that finding a job course that is dependent on volunteers are subject to the availability of the volunteers. So you really find that there will be a tough way for you to increase. Okay, so unless NCCP is able to recruit more volunteers, which can be difficult since the morale of volunteers being badly affected by the change of the leadership and culture. Okay, so we want to highlight the facts that it might be more difficult for you to recruit volunteer. Okay, in fact, with more volunteers leaving NCCP, it can be even a challenge for this course to be maintained at this consistent offering. Okay, so it is viable. All right, it is a viable course. It is something that people will need, but I see that it's a challenge for you. Okay, now since finding a job course is leading to a positive surplus to NCCP, it is actually beneficial for more of these courses being offered if there is an opportunity to do so. All right, okay, the last one is the business skills. Okay, now business skills was introduced in 2000 X4. Clearly it was due to complying with the funding requirement of the council. Now that's why examiner was very upset when the student write the answers that time. They never mention about the funding requirement. I mean, how can you miss that, right? You know, that's such a big obvious information that we read as we go through the exhibit. You cannot miss that. So it's the fact that it is a funding requirement. Okay, now therefore before that, however, it was not a popular course, considering the fact of one, there is additional spaces that is not taken up. There was a drop in the sign up rate in 2000 X5, a decline by 29%. However, NCCP has no choice not to run this, as this is needed to ensure funds from council will come in to support other courses. Now, so that will be a whole idea of viability. Now, can I come with a conclusion? Okay, so at the end of the day, since you're supposed to assess the viability, now NCCP should re-look into its computer for beginners course that seems to be wasting its resources. Now, how do we see that the courses are wasting the resources? You look at the level of subsidy. It's getting higher and higher. Okay, now the level of subsidy on this course has increased from $3 per booking in 2000 X3 to $7 per booking. Now, this is not a value added manner for charity. It should re-look into either revamping the course content, or to even replace it with something that is highly sought after. Now, for example, relevant IT skills that could improve employability. Now, example, it could be maybe, let's say, like advanced computing for work. Okay, maybe something. I mean, I just give it a suggestion because basic, you're talking about beginners, and people don't like beginners. So then go for something that is more advanced. Now, so these are the first report on the viability. Now, if you want to put in your heading, I think there's no problem for you to do that. But if you don't want to put a heading, I think that's fine as well. If you ask me what kind of headings that I can include, now I would suggest that if you really want a heading, first you can put an overview. Okay, now then you can put overview is up there. Then you can put in the computing courses, computer for beginners, and then after that you put website design, then finding a job, then business skills, then conclusion. Now, so if you want, you can do it that way, huh? Okay, so I hope you get what I mean, right? About your heading. It's always good to use heading in your exam because this is what examiner love to see. Okay, like website design and finding a job. Business skills, and finally we have a conclusion. Okay, that's in terms of the viability of the existing courses. Now don't forget the report has two parts, right? Now the report has to cover, part B, evaluate the CEO's proposal for the new art course. And then I've highlighted some of the points just now, like compete for resources, the break-even point. Okay, so usually when you want to do evaluation of the proposed art courses, okay, it's good to look at financial and non-financial consideration. Make sense, right? Okay. Now, if you want to do financial considerations, then the right thing is again to go to your spreadsheet and then start coming with some analysis. So let's say this is appendix 2. Where's the email? Here. Okay, now if you are looking at the art courses, okay, first they already said to you that I think payback is quite clear lah, huh? Okay, so if you have a profit of 1040, then you run 12 courses, then the payback is quite clear. Okay, it's not that long really. All right, okay, but let's pick up some basic figure. The contribution per participant, it's when you charge them 125 minus 25 minus 8, right? So 125 minus 25 minus 8, so the contributions is about $92. Okay, your fixed cost is 800, so your break even point per course is this divided by this. Now you need about 8.5 participants, which means you need about 9 participants. So you need 9 participants in order for you to break even. All right. Okay. Now what are the other information that we will be able to see here? Okay. Payback is quite short. Okay. If you need 20, about 9 participants. So let's just round it to 9 lah. Okay. So 9 participants. Now then we can see that the margin of safety, it's about 20 minus 9 over 20, right? So if you take 11 over 20, you get about 55%, you know, so which gives us quite a strong margin of safety. Okay, quite a strong margin of safety that you will be able to break even if your number of participants is below the 20. Let's say you only get half of what you expected, you still make profit lah. You don't lose money in terms of the course. Okay, now but still the course book that you design has a big lump sum. All right. Okay, the 12,000 that you will actually need to invest in. Anything else? Just the 12,000, right? Okay, they also say they need you to buy upfront the books. Okay, so that requires your calculation. Initial investment cost is 12,000. Okay, and upfront ordering of materials and books, which will be 20 for 12 times 25 plus $8, correct? Not so you're talking about 20 times 12 times 33, it's about 7,920. So the total cost of total upfront investment is actually about 19,920. Now this can only be possible if you have the money. So the question is, your cash reserve is only 40,000, right? I remembered when we started just now, where did they mention about, yeah, 48,000. So what is the percentage utilization? It's about 41 or 42%. Well, that's actually very high and very scary. Okay, so let's go to our answer. Okay, where is my, okay, that's my word processor. Okay, now the proposed art course has various pros and cons that NCCP must carefully consider, and these are elaborated as follow. Okay, so what are the financial consideration? Okay, first I would suggest that number one, now the course would break even in less than a year, okay, or about in about a year, which suggested that it is fairly attractive. Okay, it has a low break-even point with only about 9 participants required, with a high margin of safety of 55%. Now, these are all in Appendix 2 of the spreadsheet. So do tell your marker that the answers come from the spreadsheet. Okay, so what we see here is the low break-even point and the high margin of safety. Now, this translated that the risk of the course is fairly low. Okay, now however, this is subject to the reservation that the expected 20 participants per course is realistic. Now, we don't know whether it's realistic or not because there's no information given. This is what the CEO suggested. So at the end of the day, we just have to tell him that provided that this is realistic. So if it's realistic, okay, then we don't have a problem lah. Okay, but if it's not realistic, then unfortunately, I would say that all the figures that we have here is really meaningless, you see. Okay, now the other thing that we have to take note is the initial investment. Okay, now even though it is a profitable product with a low risk, it will also deplete 42% of its existing cash reserve to fund this newly proposed course. Now, bearing in mind the cash deficit for the existing range of courses, which is expected to continue, what option available to NCCP should they fully use up the fund? Okay, now they did mention that there is a building that they have. Now, will that be one of the options that they are thinking of? Okay, now NCCP does own a building that is worth 1.8 just now, right? Let me just check back. I think that's in, okay, 1.8 million. Okay, now so it does own a building that's worth 1.8 million, but would that be an option available for NCCP to use it for financing, especially that it is a charity? Now, this may be less appropriate even if it is possible. Okay, so financially, we can see the fact that there are these two issues that we should take into account before we want to run it. Now, financially, we don't seem to be a major problem. Okay, so from financial ground, everything looks like all right. Okay, but the non-financial grounds are the one that you should really think of it. Okay, now there are many non-financial factors that could be more significant that the board should consider if this course should be run in the first place. Okay, the first thing that I think I would probably want to put in is the correlated risk. Okay, so now the news of launching premium art course has been widely reported and received heavy criticisms. Now that's very clear. Okay, now why is that so? Okay, first, the image of wealthy individual attending courses by NCCP could be perceived as using the funds to support those who don't need it. Yeah, even though you can say that actually they are the one that paying money, even though you say that, at the end of the day, people will still feel like, but you know, the very fact that they are just there just doesn't fit the image lah. Okay, it's like you see, you know, example, you see a Mercedes-Benz drive into the government hospitals and they don't have to pay much, even though government can say that, oh, this is the more private wing, but people will still say like, you're helping those who don't really need the help. Okay, now so that is the correlated risk. Okay, now this alone can trigger to many other risks, like the council may withdraw its funding for NCCP is not pursuing agenda of their priorities, or other donors withdrawing their support. Now that's one thing that we see as a correlated risk. Okay, what would be another issue? I think we did write down just now a point here, that what about to compete for resources? Okay, I'm gonna just delete that. Okay, that we're gonna look at the resource utilization. Now this art courses would be run over the weekend. See, the CEO know that the weekend is going to compete for resources. He did mention that here. Let me I know this is very busy time, but it's the most convenient time for a participant. So he didn't say that there will be no problem. He recognized that there is a problem. So that's why we have to put up this as a major considerations for them to look at. Now, these art courses will be run over weekend, while the existing range of courses, range of part-time courses are most likely to run over the weekend as well. Now, this would directly compete for the limited space available by NCCP. Now, should there be a scarce resource, how should the space utilization be prioritized? Now, if the existing courses is to be cut to make space for this art course, then will NCCP be said to still delivering its mission? Will subject to debate. So people will start wondering that at the end of the day, it's what you're doing acceptable or not acceptable. Okay, now another issues that we can relate is the people may not be happy, right? Let me just again, sorry. Now it's only 8 marks, you know, so we really have a lot of things to say. So I that's why I say this is the kind of questions that you really like, because it's so easy for us to put in a lot of points. Now we have talked about the correlated risk, the resource utilization. Now let's talk about the staff reaction, okay, morale reaction. Now the recent completed survey in, okay, let's go back to the survey. The survey was completed in 1st January, in June, okay, in early June 20X5 reported disturbing condition underlying the present staff force. Okay, now for instance, here, when asked about how effective do you think the board is fulfilling NCCP mission, there was a 59% positive outcome saying it was effective in 2000X4, but in 2000X5 it was polled to be 0%. Now this is a clear indication that the staff are not responding well to the idea of launching the art course. They find that they are not doing something in terms of the mission. Now you can even see like other things that they say here. Okay, now they put a comment that the new art courses will bring in people. Okay, and this was consistent with the they call it the representative comments reported with the survey result stating that the new art courses. Okay, now so that is my evaluation. So if you go ahead to run this course, what will happen is your staff will continue to feel very upset, and you might even risking the charity losing the staff. Okay, so pressing ahead with this course would present NCCP with very high risk of losing a lot of volunteers and capable employees. Now, I think that that's good enough for us to look at both the evaluation, financial and non-financial. Now that's what we are asked to do, right? So we just asked to comment a report that comment the proposal. So my evaluation gives you both sides of the story, and then my assessments of the viability. Now unfortunately, although this is the easiest bit, I would say, but it also has the lowest mark. It only comes with how many marks? 6 plus 8, 14. Okay, there's just 14 plus 3 professional marks. Compared with the rest of the requirement, this is easy but harder for you to gain marks. Okay, now my point here is, do remember to use your spreadsheet. Don't leave it blank. Make sure that there's some kind of analysis in your answer. When you look at my December 2020, I think that was December 2020. Yeah, December 2020 video on that discussion, you can see the analysis was so much more complicated. This is so much easier. So sometimes you just can't control how the examiner will ask you. So please do spend time after the end of these 2 days, right? Spend time on those videos to see what you're expected to do using the computer-based systems. Okay. Okay, right, I think I will take a break again to stop here after quite some time now. We take a 10-minute short break, then we'll come back and look at the last part of the requirement, task 4. Okay, this is quite straightforward lah. It's about cyber security. Okay, so any question? Okay, so where are we? Okay, we are now looking at task number 4. Now, the CEO is concerned about the exposure to cybersecurity risk. And then they've instructed the operations director to become both the sponsor and the manager. So now they say the operations manager has limited experience of cybersecurity and asks you to prepare a response to the CEO, justify why he should be the sponsor but not the manager. Okay, now the questions start with two different formats. Part A is meant to draft a section of the report, and part B is to draft an email. So here they say, draft a section of the report to the board which explains the need, why do you need cybersecurity at NCCP, and recommends action the board should take to meet its cybersecurity responsibility. So they're basically just asking you some suggestions for internal control, but they are more focused at cybersecurity risk. Okay, so what are those things that you would suggest them? And they say the recommendations highlighting to them. Professional marks are available to demonstrate commercial acumen and highlighting to them the benefits of cybersecurity and the practical action. So that will be what you need to do in part A. Now part B, they ask for a draft email. Okay, okay. First of all, I would like to give you my take about the format. Okay, now is it the same when you ask me to draft section and to draft a report? Now technically I think it's not the same lah. If they're the same, then why do you want to call it a section of the report, right? So a section of the report would logically be just an extract from the report. Okay, now so I would say that I will not put in a full report format. Now I would highlight that this is a section to be included in the report, to be a report in the report prepared by the operations director. Now I would say that okay, sorry, yeah, it's not by the operations director, by you, yeah, by the consultant. Okay, so it will be a section to be included in the report for the board of NCCP. Okay, okay. If it's going to be a section of the report, technically there shouldn't be a header lah. Okay. Now, but if you're very concerned, like I think if you look at the answer, right? Just hold on, page 7. Okay, if you're very concerned with the way how their answers were prepared, notice now this is not a section, you know. This is a full report, you know. So there was a past year that they asked for a section of the report, And then the answer was really like a section of the report. They don't have this. They just go straight to the answer. So this was not there. So now I know you're very worried. You say, ah yeah, so if I go exam, what should I do, right? Okay. Now if you go for exam, I would say that if you want, you can say that you can do this. I mean, if you're worried, you do this lah. Okay. Now that the report, okay, you probably will say that this will go into a report which has the following heading. You might want to start with that. Okay, that report, and then do same thing, the board of directors of NCCP from the consultant, and then the subject can be on various matters. Okay, I don't know. All right, this will depends on what is the report all about, depends on the task required, and then which will include this section of cyber security, and then the date, like what's the date just now, like 20th of June 2000 x5. Okay, I would say that if you really afraid lah, this is what I will suggest to you. You will say that this will go into a report which has the following heading, and then the relevant section concerning cyber security will be as follows. Okay, so I would suggest that if you really want, that's what I would say you do. It's like to tell the marker that I'm aware that your requirement is asking for a section. You're not asking for a full report. But I don't want you to penalize me that if I never show you, imagine when my answer is only like that, they say, oh, you never do a report format. So I think I want to tell the marker like I'm really aware of what the question is asking. I am aware of the question. So that's why I want to let you know that this is my concern. So please mark me accordingly. So if you want to do like that, it's going to be the safest. Okay. So again, I leave it to you in terms of the amount of time you have. If you're really running out of time, then I would just suggest that you just say this is a section to be included in the report lah. Okay. Okay, let's start with the beginning. The report has to talk about the reason why NCCP needs cyber security. Okay, so the first part of the report is the need for cyber security at NCCP. Okay, that's going to be the beginning. Okay, what exactly is cyber security? Now, generally, cyber is referring to the internet. So cyber securities is all to do with internet securities. Okay, now cyber security is to do with internet securities concerning all the risk associated with the use of technologies that interact with the internet and with computer. Now I just want to do this to remind you. Okay, if you do recall, sorry, this is what we did in our normal class. Okay, no, it must be before that. When we talk about cyber security, yeah. Now, I just want to type back lah. Okay, now the whole idea of cyber security can goes with so much, like the network security. So I've told you about people that will come and intrude into your network, your application, the software that you're using, now the information securities, the operations of the hardware, now the disasters recovery, and even the end users education. So these are all the branches of cyber security. So you can always start with that. You can start by saying that that the branches of cyber security can extend to various areas, like we say network security, the application security, and then your emergency response, your preparedness, your data integrity, and etc. Okay, now you just want to let them know that you are aware of what is cyber security. So the question says that talk about why there is a need of cybersecurity. Okay, so let's start with the need. Okay, now number one, now there are various factors contributing to why cyber security is important to NCCP. Okay, we can use a bullet list if you want. If not, you can just write in paragraph. Okay, so it's up to you. All right, it's up to you. Okay, the point that we can see here is, of course, number one, there is a growing threat, cyber threat, with cases. Where was it mentioned? Sorry, I need the exhibit that talk about the cyber security. Is it yeah, he was mentioned about the cyber attack with one of the smaller charity. So that was one. There was a growing threat with many organizations being attacked and fallen victim to all these malicious acts, including smaller charity, like one recently reported. Now it was actually reported sorry, I need to resize my window. Okay, so there was the recent one that was reported in Civil Echo concerning the Children's Trust, which resulted in TCT ceasing to operate. So clearly, the cyber security risk is a significant going concern risk. So that's one reason that why this is important. Okay, now number two, we can see that the nature of NCCP, where it provides computer courses, website design, would mean that there are elements of IT usage within NCCP. Now, as long as there is an IT usage, there will be cyber security risks being present. So you cannot actually avoid the fact that there will be no cybersecurity risk. People say, like, if you don't want your computer to be infected by virus, the 100% safe way is don't turn on the computer. But you can't, right? Because you have to use your system. So the very fact that you have to use your system means that your risk is always there. So we're trying to tell them that it is a risk that you cannot eliminate, that it will always be there. So that is why you need cybersecurity, because the risk is always present. Okay, now there will be danger of, example, your system being hacked, data being stolen or corrupted, virus infection, etc. And this can result in significant damage to NCCP. So the very fact that this is there, okay? Now, NCCP has its presence in the internet via its website, which is what we noticed when we saw the second exhibit, right? There is a website that they are doing, and obviously when you have a website, again, you are prone to hacking. Okay, now with that, again, NCCP is prone to hacking. All right, now there are many incidents of hackers expressing their protest over issues they are not happy with by defacing the website of those organizations. Now, these include even websites of government departments, when these hackers are unhappy over the government stance or policies over certain issue. Now, I'm sure that you have you have probably come across, like, sometimes even our Malaysian government, we have the same thing. When the government, like, they criticize someone that was they don't like it, then you see the hackers hack into the Malaysian government system and they change the front page to say that this page has already been hacked. They just want to embarrass you, to tell you that your system security is so weak, that we are just so easily that we can hack into your systems, and eventually that we can do a lot of things that you never thought of. So please wake up. They're just trying to give you a warning, like there's a lot more we can do. So this is so common. Okay, now, and of course, number 4, that any form of cyber security risk that realize could contribute to varying degree of losses, which can be both financial and non-financial. Now, for instance, any leakage of sensitive data, like the personal particulars of donors, may lead to certain donors deciding not to donate to NCCP. You know, there's a lot of examples of why sometimes people they don't want their identity to be known. Maybe there are people who wanted to support you, but they just find like they don't want people to be aware lah. Okay, now again, example like political donation. Of course, this is not political donation, but when you look at political donation, it's very sensitive one, because example, if let's say you're an opposition and I donate money to you, but I don't want the world, I mean, I don't want anyone to know that I donate money to you, because I don't want myself to be targeted by the present government, right? So the present government may say, wow, you give money to the oppo, okay, I'm going to harass you. So all this could be the reason of why you will need cyber security. Okay, now that's only the first part, which talks about why do we need cyber security. Now it's only a 10 marks requirement, you know, so I finished talking about the need. Okay, let's talk about what actions, because the second part of the requirement is after you talk about recommend action that the board should take to meet its cyber security responsibilities. Now the recommended actions. Now do take note, this is action by the board. Okay, so in that case it will not be something very what I should say, something that is very operational. For example, if you start to say install antivirus, okay, after that you start to say build your firewall, example, you're giving very practical actions of what we do on the systems itself, like introduce password. But do understand that is not the action by the board. We're talking about the board. That means we're looking at very senior level. So this is a common mistakes when students are giving answers not aiming at the board level. So you must aim at the board level. So what will the board be able to do? The control environment. That's usually the first thing. Okay, now the board is responsible to establish a right tone to set the control environment where it would regard cyber security as an important aspects of its internal control. So there are various actions that the board can consider to implement. So what are those things that you would recommend the board to do? Now, for example, you can put it up as something that the board should take it up. Now, let me come back to this exhibit again. Okay. Now, here, it says that in our conversation that you referred to, I take your point that hackers could inflict considerable damage, but they say NCCP small size and charitable status means it's highly unlikely. And then they say that I had put cyber security's control in these systems and stuff like that. Now, this is basically one thing about what the operations director has mentioned. And then towards the end, where is the part that here, okay, when you look at the task, now they say that the operation director himself has very limited experience, so he himself is not the best person. Okay, so that is why now we have to understand that they have a very weak control environment. Okay, now the present weak control environment at NCCP has to be strengthened with the entire board sees that cyber security is a responsibility of the board as a whole, with the CEO taking ownership over it. Now, the present situation is such that the operation director, being in charge of the cyber security responsibility, and he is a believer that such risk is not prominent. Now, this attitude will not help. So it's going to be a bad thing, okay? So that's why the first thing is to change that, okay? Now, so to allow the board to take ownership of cyber security responsibility, what are the things that we can do, okay? We can consider to formally include it as part of the board's term of reference, so that it will be considered and discussed at the board level. Now, this is one thing that we would suggest them to do, to change the present perspective, because the current perspective is like one person decide that that's all, okay? Now, number two, we realize that there must be enough policy, okay? So then the board shall establish and adopt suitable policies that would contribute to a strong cyber security environment within NCCP. Okay, now no doubt that the use of passwords and cancellation of the passwords upon resignation is part of cyber security, but that is insufficient. So cyber security has a greater scope than just looking at access control. You know, when you say that, you're trying to tell the examiner, see, I know how to differentiate what is an access control and then what is cyber security. Now, again, we're talking about all these are example of things that we're looking at. The disasters recovery, the business continuity, that is cyber security. So not just about having a password for people not to be able to go in. It's more than that, you know. It's more than that, okay? Now, even users education, it's a very important aspect of cyber security, which the board can take into account, okay? Now, there must be a general strengthening of the cyber security capability among the employees, especially when NCCP uses a lot of volunteers, okay? Now, one way is to provide sufficient education and awareness to them, especially when most of the risks are associated with the culture of carelessness by the user. So we look at the fact that one of those action is a general strengthening. So what can the board do? Okay, now the board shall look into supporting this kind of effort. Example, to provide resources for it. If you want to train people and then you don't come up with the money, how are you going to train people, right? Okay. Okay, the operations director's issue is very clearly mentioned that he has very limited experience on cyber security. So I can see that we have a lack of competency in NCCP, okay? That there is an apparent lack of competency with even the operations director who is presently in charge has limited experience of cyber security. So one way forward is that the board shall endorse the plan to engage an IT expert to carry out an assessment of NCCP's cyber security and risk, including recommendations to be implemented. Now this can be an example of action that the board will take. Okay, now so always remember, we are not really talking about how you want to introduce password, firewall, and then how you must have systems that will be updated all the time. You know, this kind of thing is not what you do as a board of directors. Okay, you don't do that. All right, but you do something else. Now, for example, at the board level, we can do a review of the systems. Like we may initiate efforts like internal audit. Okay, like how the board would want a proactive risk management. Now remember, we see that the board of trustees would want a proactive risk management. The board of trustees would want a proactive risk management. The board may follow the same attitude to have a proactive cyber security control. Now this may in turn prompt the need to have a regular audit or review of such risks and being reported to the board on its adequacy. Okay, now all these are the possible things that we can cover as part of the recommended actions. Okay, now I think again this will be good enough for me because now you can see I'm writing much shorter point, so that's why I give more point, just in case that if they don't like to have 2 marks for one elab, because these are like suggestions. So I don't have too much of elaboration, rather than I have various suggestions. So I would think that it's fair that each would give me around 1 mark. So that's what I will do to get myself up to close to 10 marks lah. Okay, that is the first part of the section. Okay, the next part in part B. Now this is actually a very small section, that why you should not be the project sponsor and the project manager for the cybersecurity project. Okay, so this requires a bit of governance, not so much on project management. Okay, in case if you're wondering like, hey, is this a project management question? This is really not so much. It's more towards governance. Now this requires you to understand that what is the role of a project sponsor and what is the role of a project manager. Okay, now we know very well that the project manager, it's basically like the CEO, that he is in charge of the entire project, ensuring that it will be able to achieve its objectives. So what do you expect the project manager is going to do? The project managers will make all the key decisions, right? Like what are the things we need, what we need to buy, where we're going to use resources, what kind of people we're going to hire. So he make all the decision as long as he's very clear about, at the end of the day, what is your project objective. So he wants to make sure that these are the things that I got to achieve it within the time and the budget given, okay? So he will ensure that the triple constraint will be well observed. That means he will need to achieve objectives in terms of the scope, what you want or what you needed is there, within the time. Now that's where the time, and within the cost. So that's what project manager is going to do. Now what then is a project sponsor? Now usually project sponsor, now the word sponsor tells us that this is a person that sponsors you, that gives you the resources that you need. Can you see or not? Now, so eventually a project sponsor is often a representative from the senior level, a more senior level, like in this case it could be the board itself, that oversees the entire project. He will liaise with the project manager so that he will be aware of the progress, and then he sets the overall direction, okay, to ensure the overall direction is kept. And then this person will be the one that become a key liaison to communicate between the project manager and the rest of the companies or organizations representative. So he is like an ambassador. So you can see that project sponsors should be, let me just illustrate it in this way. Okay, so the whole idea of a project sponsor is like you can have a board of directors. Let's say you have board of directors, and within the board of directors you could have somebody like maybe you can have a COO, you can have a CFO, you can have all kind of positions. Like, it doesn't matter who are the people here lah, okay? So maybe we may just want to appoint one of these person to become the project sponsor for an entire project, where you then have a project manager that is in charge. So eventually you can see that this project manager will deal with this person, and then this person will go and brief the entire board. Now, so that is what we need you to take note lah, okay? That the project sponsor is like an ambassador that will represent the entire project to become the main communications between the two sides, like the board and then also the project managers and the project team. So in this case, what is wrong when you have these two roles fall within the same person? Now obviously then it will cause a control issue, that you have a lack of segregation of duty. That's going to be the problem, okay? A lack of segregation of duty. Why is that so? Because think and see, the project manager is supposed to be a person that's in charge with, example, how they want to spend money. Whereas the COO is the person, I mean, in this example, let's say the project sponsor is the person that give you the money, that I am the one that's in charge of obtaining the resources for you, and now I become the same person to use the money. Now we are afraid of abuse. That what if you go and use the money inappropriately and there will be no check and balance? So that would be the argument to explain why that it will not be appropriate for the project the operation director to be a project sponsor and the project manager. So this is what we need to focus on. Okay, now okay, I won't delete this lah. Okay, but in the answer, of course, you won't have that lah. Now you're supposed to draft an email, right? So obviously your answers will look like an email. You know, how will an email be, right? Okay, if you want to make the email like really look like so changgeh, okay, like so real, then I would suggest you can do this. Okay, now you're emailing on behalf of the operations director to the CEO, which explains why it will be appropriate. Okay, now of course you are not writing to the CEO. You will write an email for the operations director, but he will copy and paste. Okay, so don't go and write to the CEO. You're writing to the operations director. Okay, now I would say, like, example, you can put this like maybe do we have a name for the operations director? I don't think so, right? I only know Philip Allen. Let's say lah, okay, James Johnson at nccp.com or .org, okay, because it's a charity ma. So that looks really like email, right? So I would say, like, if you want to make your answer looks really like email, this is my suggestion, okay. Now, and then you will have from, again, consultant, and then I would just put the email address, okay, and you will have a date. Let me just stay consistent with the date that I've given. An email must have a subject, right? The subject will be a draft response to CEO. Okay, okay. Email start with dear someone. Okay, dear James Johnson. Just an illustrative name. Okay, so I just want to tell, like, I don't have a name. All right, or you want to say dear operations director, it's fine. All right. Okay, so if you want that, then just put dear operations director. Okay. Now, following your request, I have drafted the following section that you can use to reply to the CEO on why you are best to be the project sponsor and not both the project sponsor and manager concurrently. Okay, now, so you can explain that this is a draft, then you go on. Now, isn't that looks like email? You know, that's how you write email, right? I don't think your email will start straight with the point without a salutation, because email is like a letter, you know, but of course you don't have address and so on. Okay, okay, so you are supposed to help the the operations director to explain to the CEO. So please write it in such a tone that it's a conversation from the operations director with the CEO. Okay, now this came from the draft, from the conversation. All right, so now we can start by further to our conversation. I would like to express my opinion of why it is not appropriate for me to become both the project sponsor and project manager of the cyber security project initiated by you. Okay, one is first. Now the role of project sponsor, being an ambassador and the intermediary between the board of directors and the project manager and team, would mean that I need to maintain certain degree of independence in order to provide the needed check and balance, especially when we are a charitable organization where the use of funds must be carefully scrutinized and monitored. Okay, now so I would start by first telling that I need some kind of independence. Okay, now as a project sponsor, I have a duty to represent the project to the entire board, while also to set the direction of the project, but I will not have the more executive role in managing and exercising decisions concerning the projects. Okay, now once the project objectives have been agreed on, it will be passed on to the project manager, whom will decide like how money would be spent, the people to hire into the project team, and so on. Now it is in the best interest of NCCP that this role remain segregated. So it's more like looking at the governance lah. Okay, now the last point I think we can highlight over here is the fact that I don't have, as an operations manager, I don't have the kind of knowledge, now the limited experience. Okay, now being someone with very limited cyber security experience, I am not qualified. Okay, I think I'll use I'm not qualified to even consider managing this project. Now the project manager has to be someone that is well versed with the matter involved, so that he can evaluate appropriately decisions concerning the project. Now, for instance, like what kind of let's say equipments to buy that will support the cyber security that NCCP needed. Now I clearly do not possess that. Now in that case, being a project manager will actually be a disservice to NCCP. I am not acting responsibly if I agree to that. Okay, now I think this can be a simple draft that we will put it in to tell the CEO like why I shouldn't take the 2 role. Okay, now so let's read again. It's only 6 marks that they just say why it would be appropriate for me to be the project sponsor but not both. So we talk about the need to be independent. Now we talk about the lack of experience, which I think is already good enough to cover up to this part. Now this is the draft email that you're going to use, and then at the end you usually close an email, right? So like best regards, and then the consultant. Okay, so that would finish off this part of the requirement. Okay, now so that is the Q&A from June 2021 question. This is how I would approach the answer. Now yes, we take a long time here, like you know, if you look at the entire discussions, it's like close to 6 hours of talking and discussion. But that's because I'm also discussing, I'm also explaining back some of the theories before we can do it, and I'm sharing with you some techniques. So if we take out all that, actually it will not take so long. Okay, now so I'm very confident that if you go exam, you will definitely be able to finish it within the 4 hours. Okay, now so the last thing is I just want to sum up again the whole thing. Just remember when you go exam, the key techniques about how you want to read the case first, so that you are able to link up all the exhibits together, you know, because don't miss out important information, which examiner will take that as the reason why you don't get very high professional marks. Okay, make sure that you answer all the requirement, and every time before you finish off the answers, do check the requirement. One thing is, every time I read, I never read for you the professional's skill mark, which actually you need to read them lah. Okay, I'm sorry that I always so careless in this part that I never read it for you. Okay, like they sometimes will tell you that they want to see your tone, they want to see your logical argument about justifying. So all these are sometimes relevant to what you need to do. Okay, so don't ignore that, just read everything. Okay, now make sure the spreadsheet must be used for your numerical analysis. Sometimes questions are easy, sometimes questions are difficult. Look at the December 2020, that one is slightly more complicated. Okay, now this time there is no slides requirement. So if you have a slides requirement, now let me tell you what is this. Now anyway, you will see it from other questions as well, but when you have a slides requirement, you will ask to prepare slide. You know, when we prepare slide, we have the slide, and then at the bottom there is a speaker note. Do you see that? Now slide 1, speaker note, and then you can see slide 2, speaker note, slide 3, speaker note. Okay, that means the most they will ask you is only prepare 3 slides lah. Okay, let's say I just try to show you a sample. Like here, maybe they say you are the operations manager, you are supposed to come to the board and explain the importance of cybersecurity. So when you prepare the slides are meant to be very condensed, very straight to the point. Now, importance of cyber security. Then we have 4 points, right? Okay, the 4 points. Okay, number 1, we will just go to the point straight and says that, for example, cyber attacks, frequent cyber attacks. Now, number 2, we are going to say that NCCP as a user of IT. Now, number 3, we can also see that NCCP's website as a source of risk. And then number 4, the impact from cyber security risk. Now, this is how we will do slides, you know. We don't really have meaning if you just look at the slides, because they are not meant to be detailed. Okay, then the speaker note is where the detail come in. So you will expect the answer, like for example, when I put the first point, I will write in the speaker note. Okay, now I mentioned about frequent cyber attacks, right? Okay, then I will add in that this will be the speaker note. Then the second one, we talk about NCCP as user of IT, right? So what will be the speaker note? That means you will take the answer and you will put in. Now, I'm using this to show you that if you are asked to prepare a slide, you know exactly what you're expected to do. Understand? So that the slide itself is only bullet lists of short point, just pointer that you want to present. That all the answers will come at the bottom as part of what we call the speaker note. Then you will write in detail of what you want to convey to your examiner. Okay? Alright, so with that, I finish off your June 2021 question. Okay? So I hope that will help you to set expectation for your exam.